John Borman's here.
Matt, this is Garrett the Piper. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great, Garrett. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, this is John Borman. Can you hear me?
You sound great, John. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else that hasn't tested their audio yet that would like to do so, please feel free to unmute yourself and test away.
Sean Riley from New York.
Hey, Sean, you sound great. Thanks for joining.
Good morning, Matt. It's Kate Wilkie. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Kate. You sound great as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Matt. Hey, everyone. It's Emily Gilbert.
Hey, Emily. Nice to hear you.
Good morning, this is Paul Rago. Good to see everybody.
Good morning, Paul. Thanks for joining. You sound great.
Thanks, Matt.
Hey Matt, this is Mike. Are we doing a video call or is it just are people on video? I can't see.
No, there's no video.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Good morning, Carl Benson.
I didn't catch who that was. I had to hit the mute button there. We were getting some feedback, so you may have your mic and speaker on at the same time.
Yeah,
I'll send a request.
It was Carl Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Matt, this is Andy. I have 10 o'clock right now. Given that we've got a lot of things to go through today, I suggest that we get started.
Yeah, please feel free to take it away, Andy. I got the
Great.
webinar recording, so we should be good to go.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining in. My name is Andy Loftus. I'm going to be working with you today to facilitate this workshop and hopefully to a successful conclusion. This is the first workshop in a series of what will ultimately be 4 to address issues with the research set-aside research set-aside program for the Mid-Atlantic Council. I'll go through some ground rules in a minute, but I want to turn over the welcome to the chair of the RSC, Adam Nowelski. Adam.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much, Andy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Nowalski. As Andy introduced me, I am chairman of the Research Steering Committee for the Mid-Atlantic Council. I'd like to welcome everyone today to workshop meeting 1 as part of the Research Set Aside workshop. For those people that have been following this process, when after the Mid-Atlantic suspended Research Set Aside quota during their specification setting process a number of years ago, there's continued to be interest or recognition of the value that was provided by a number of the research programs that were conducted under the program. So there was a desire to decide how best to consider restarting the program. So these workshops over the course of this year will aim to discuss issues, identify areas for improvement. There will be no decision making that's going to be done today or during the next two workshops. The goal of these workshops is to have a informed back and forth. We've put together a group of panelists that provide input from interest from law enforcement, from management, from the research side, up and down the coast in order to discuss the issues that were had and to make those recommendations. The majority of the program will focus on discussion amongst those panelists. There will be opportunities for non-panelist public involvement to participate, and those are itemized on the agenda, and Andy will detail that in a bit more detail with the ground rules. Would also like to welcome members of the Mid-Atlantic Council's SSC, Science and Statistical Committee, that are with us today. They have an economic working group that has undertaken a project in order to help inform this process. As a result of that, we've dedicated some time during each of the workshops for members of the SSC to present some of the topics on which they're working. Again, this is intended to be a collaborative opportunity for discussion, for them to present some information, ask some questions that they have, get some input from the panelists here again today. These 3 workshops that we have scheduled that will be done virtually will culminate in what is presently planned as a in-person workshop in mid-November. It is at that workshop that we plan to do some decision making in terms of taking the information that we've collected, synthesizing it, putting it into a decision document that would ultimately come before the Mid-Atlantic Council at their December meeting in Annapolis. So that's the purpose of the meeting. That kind of gives an overview of the people that we've got here. We've put in an awful lot of work to get to this point. I can't list the number of names, thanks to staff, thanks to the SSC, thanks to Research Steering Committee members, thanks to previous public members that have participated in the process, as well as PIs that have participated in RSA projects in the past. Looking forward to getting some good information here today, and I'll turn it back to Andy. And again, welcome everyone, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Adam. I want to turn to the council chair, Mike Louisi, for a few welcoming comments. Mike?
Thanks, Andy. And as Adam went through his list, I was checking off the things that I was going to say. So he basically covered everything I wanted to say. As far as the work that we're going to plan on taking, I do want to thank all of the people who have been involved in planning and getting these workshops together, as well as all the participants. I think this is a really good exercise in trying to figure out how we might want to reestablish the research set aside, work that we had done in the past. So Adam already said everything I need to say, and I know we have a long day ahead of us, so I won't say anything more. I do want to, I just want to recognize all the work that's gone into this, and Andy, I'm looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have today. So I'll turn it back to you, Andy, and just thanks everyone for participating today. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. I want to go through some very quickly go through some ground rules to help make this workshop a little bit better and flow more smoothly. Number one, raise your hand if you would like to ask a question or make a comment. I think Matt went through the how to do that, but just again, real quickly, at the bottom of your screen, you see kind of like a little smiley face. On my screen, it's the third button from the left. Click that, and then you'll see a raise hand feature. We will try to pay attention to that and call on you if we can. When you do are recognized, please keep your questions and comments to the point. Avoid the long war stories and address the topic that's being discussed at any specific time. That will help us move along fairly quickly. I bolded on the screen here, you'll see use the chat feature. So we are encouraging that. As Matt mentioned at the beginning, this workshop is being recorded. And so the chat feature will be recorded also. And so if you have comments or questions, that can be addressed potentially after the workshop, but at least you'll get them on the record. And then please remain muted if you're not actively speaking. That helps us keep the background noise down. There is a comprehensive Mid-Atlantic RSA timeline document that was provided as part of the briefing materials, and it has some answers to frequently asked questions. So I encourage you to look at that. Make sure your answer or your question isn't already answered there. And you can also submit comments at any time for the record through the main RSA workshop webpage. And you see the address up there. It's mafmc.org/workshop/RSA. So you can submit comments at any time, either during the workshop or after the workshop or whatever, and we will get those on the record for you. Important here, panel participants will be provided the first opportunity for commenting, except during the designated public input time slots. So we have about 50 panelists that have signed up for the workshop, and about 30 members of the public who have signed up for the workshop. So you can see we have a lot of people there. We want to make sure that the panelists have the first opportunity. There is a 15-minute time slot right before lunch that's dedicated for public input. Even if we're running behind time, I guarantee you that we will have that opportunity for public input. And then later this afternoon, there's also another sacred time that we will make sure we get in for public input. So make sure you participate during the appropriate time slots there. The agenda will be on the screen when presentations are not occurring. You can zoom in and switch pages using the options on the left side of your screen. So with that, I want to move on again, given that we have a very, very tight schedule here. And I will apologize ahead of time if I either don't get to your questions or if I have to cut you off. We do have to move fairly quickly through this. So with that, I want to turn to the first presentation, and that is by Ryan Silva with the GARFO staff, who manages the RSA program for the GARFO region. So Ryan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Andy. Andy or Matt, can you see my screen?
Not yet, Ryan.
I can see it, Ryan.
Okay, great. Well, I'll get started. I don't have much time, but I do appreciate you asking for me to provide a little bit of background information on the RSA programs. I've been involved with the RSA programs for quite some time, going over 15 years at this point. So I have a really good understanding of, not just the New England programs, but the Mid-Atlantic programs when it was operating. But again, this is going to be a very high level overview, and I know during the course of the workshops, we'll be getting into much more detail on how the programs work. The programs originated in the late 90s. There were a couple of scallop fishery experiments. There was an interest in learning more about the resource, potentially enabling the fishery to access areas that it previously couldn't. So they were looking at issues around abundance, bycatch, and those experiments were funded through the sale of scallops. And with that and the success of those projects, the New England Fishery Management Council chose to establish an RSA program under that fishery management plan. And over the course of the following years, several more programs came online. So all of these programs are established under the FMP. They're competitive grant programs, and what makes them run is the compensation fishing. So this just gives you a high-level overview of the different programs, when they arose, what's set aside, and approximately how much money is generated on an annual basis to support the research. In the bar graph at the bottom, you'll see the green is the Mid-Atlantic program when it was operating, and it was fairly consistent in generating a fair number of dollars to support the science. So these are really joint programs. They entail close coordination between the agency and the councils to make them work smoothly and effectively. This just outlines kind of the primary role for each of the organizations. So the councils establish the programs, they decide how much is going to be set aside, they initiate the priority setting, what the research priority is going to be, and are critical in providing proposal review support and also considering the research results. The agency, in my view, does most of the day-to-day. So we manage and administer the grant program. We're responsible for making project selections, providing project oversight and technical support. We authorize compensation fishing activities and oversee that activity and make sure the industry is following the program requirements. And certainly the proposal review process is a heavy lift for us, and we also benefit from the research results. So the New England program, the New England Council has several programs, and really the New England programs and the Mid-Atlantic program are the same. Again, they're FMP based. There's a certain amount of catch that's reserved to support the projects. They're there to support council-driven research priorities. They're grant programs, and they all depend on the same compensation fishing principles. The Mid-Atlantic program does have some unique aspects. It's established under multiple fishery management plans. There was an auction that was unique to the Mid-Atlantic program in terms of how the set aside was distributed to the fishing industry. In my view, there's a much greater diversity of fishery sectors with the Mid-Atlantic program, and not just the number of fishery management plans, but the nature of the fisheries themselves. You had, federally permitted vessels working only in state waters, and you also had the recreational sector involved. So that led to just a much greater number of vessels that were participating in the compensation fishing activity. And also projects had to work closely with the states to make sure those vessels in those states were getting permits for compensation fishing, whereas that's really not the case with the other New England programs. So compensation fishing, the engine that drives the bus, it's not unique to the region. It's a term that's defined under the Magnuson Act, and quite simply, all it is the harvest of resource to offset the cost of a research activity. When it comes to RSA, the regional office authorizes vessels to participate in compensation fishing, and we're exempting vessels from effort control provisions. And that's really the primary incentive for the industry to participate, to forego a portion of the proceeds from their activity to support the science. And then certainly there's a lot that goes into the permitting process for that activity, the monitoring of that activity to make sure those amounts aren't exceeded, and also ensure that the participants are following the rules. So a quick snapshot of the grant cycle. There's a lot that goes into this process. This process is approximately 6 to 8 months in duration in terms of when we're soliciting proposals and when awards are made. It starts off with the councils and them developing the research priorities. We take those research priorities and solicit proposals. That goes through a proposal review process that I'll talk a little bit about in the next slide. The agency selects the projects, negotiates awards with the applicants who are interested in supporting, and there's a final review by the NOAA Grants Management Division. Once those awards are made, the recipients have regular reporting requirements, and they conclude their project with a final report. So the proposal review process is a two-tiered process. There's a technical review tier and a management panel review tier. The technical review is subject matter experts that are scoring proposals based on a set of evaluation criteria. We have at least 3 individuals to perform those reviews. On occasion, we'll have technical review panels that look at a suite of proposals, but then they submit independent scores and comments. The management panel review is looking at the management relevance of the projects. The panels look at all of the proposals that are submitted into the competition. We have a meeting a group meeting to discuss the projects, the proposals, and they then provide independent funding recommendations and comments. So these reviews are both essential in terms of the selection process. I think everybody agrees that projects should have, high management relevance and be technically sound. I'll also note that this process is a confidential process, so it's not something that can occur in a public forum. The selection process is relatively straightforward. We take the ranked technical scores and the management panel recommendations, and we, based on how those reviews shake out, make recommendations to the Science Center Director, Dr. John Hare. With his concurrence, we then work with the applicants we're interested in supporting. And at that point, we need to determine how much fish they need to cover their research expenses. And it's an interesting part of the process. It's a challenging part of the process, coming up with those estimates, because those awards, have an estimated value, but that value is not going to be known, or typically is not known until the industry actually harvests those fish. So during that process, we work closely with the councils, we consult with the fishing industry, we look at previous project performance and historical landings information to gauge that estimate. So recipients communicate closely with us in terms of the status of their projects. They do have regular reporting requirements, and semi-annually they submit a report that provides an update on that reporting period, that outlines what their accomplishments have been, any challenges that have been encountered. We don't do these now, but hopefully in the future we'll be doing more of these site visits where we're able to send staff to directly observe and communicate with the recipients. A big part of the process is the final report and the peer review. So at the end, the conclusion of the project, we get a final report that gets reviewed. And if there's any questions or issues identified, we'll work with the recipient to resolve them. But once that's complete, we'll close that out and make the report available. The program has lots of strengths, I think. I think foremost, the successful RSA grant applicants are very engaged with the management program, with the fishery. It's a unique program, I think, in that how closely the research programs need to work with the fishing industry and the management programs and the science community at large, really, to make these projects successful. The intention is for these projects to really conduct studies that are going to help inform management of the resource. I think RSA is an excellent way to facilitate cooperative research. Recipients, need to work closely with industry in order for their projects to be successful. And that's not just on the compensation side, but the science side. So I think though that level of engagement really fosters those collaborations and communication. The research priorities typically are developed on an annual basis, so the program is relatively responsive to new and emerging issues. And lastly, the program's not dependent, at least with respect to the supporting the projects, on federal appropriations. And of course, we have challenges. I think the big one, and I think this is going to be a big focus for these workshops, is the funding risk and uncertainty associated with trying to generate money for science through the sale of RSA. You know, not all fisheries can support an RSA program, and that level of ability to support a program can vary through time. So I think it's critical to really understand the nature of the incentives and the nature of the fishery to gauge, you know, the funding potential of any given resource. There are points in time where the council management process intersects with the grant process, and that can create complications. Something that we have a pretty good track record for, we have a good experience with, so we have a pretty good sense of where those points are, but certainly something that we want to work closely with the council on to try to make those intersections as we don't want them to be disruptive. So compensation fishing and the permitting process is an administrative bear, and for the Mid-Atlantic program, that includes the states and the states that are managing those permits, and also monitoring the activity takes a lot of effort to make sure that we're keeping track of the amount of fish being harvested, and also that the participants are following the rules. And compensation fishing opportunities are limited. There's only so many opportunities available, and so frequently there are individuals that would like to participate in the program that don't have that opportunity, and it can be a point of frustration. So that is my 360 on the RSA programs. I just would like to recognize the contribution of the photos for previous RSA recipients and all the hard work that they do in making these programs successful. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt. Or Adam.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Matt, are you there?
Yeah, Andy, can you hear me all right?
Yep, take it away.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, do you see the full screen slide there?
I'm not
Yes.
back in yet, Matt.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. Is the full screen presentation up there now? Okay, thank you, folks. All right, so I'm just going to move through this quickly, talk about a little bit of the RSA in the Mid-Atlantic that we've been going through, touch on a timeline. It's kind of broken up into two sections from 2001 to 2014, and then from 2014 to essentially today. I'll cover very briefly some of the projects that were funded and the outcomes, some of the issues with the RSA program that led to the ultimate suspension, and now today, the beginning of our potential program redevelopment. So the RSA program was initiated back in 2001. Funding, as Ryan indicated, was generated through the sale of a portion of each species quota that was 0 to 3% of the fishery's total allowable landings, provided in a grant in the form of fish. And from 2002 to 2014, there were 41 projects that were initially funded. However, 2 of them did not come to fruition. So they were not completed, not funded. So ultimately, there were 39 final reports, which are all available online. And the research funding that was generated was around $16 million over this time period. So a few example studies that were used in management, that's one of the main goals here of RSA, is to have this research inform the assessments and management as we continue to move forward for the Mid-Atlantic Council. We had a gear conservation project focusing on black sea bass and scup trap event sizes and shapes. And these studies ultimately aided management actions of escape vents. And this was from URI and Rhode Island Sea Grant, VIMS, as well as Cornell. And this study was funded quite a few times in 2002, 2004, and then 2012 to 2014. And then many of you are familiar with NEMAP. The NEMAP RSA studies have been incorporated into the stock assessments and have impacted regulations on scup in New York and summer flounder in New York and Virginia. And the NEMAP RSA studies were funded from 2008 to 2014. Continue to affect management as we move forward and worked into the stock assessments. So we're hoping to have studies like these, potentially continue into the future as we work through redevelopment and have things that can ultimately inform management. However, there were quite a few issues with the RSA program in general. I'll break these down by a couple different topics, the first one being the associated costs. There was definitely a large administrative and enforcement costs that were not included in the initial development of the RSA program. Trying to think about the value of fishing opportunities for various fishing sectors, which was less than under the status quo scenarios, since RSA quota was not evenly distributed across all fishery sectors and participants. And given this and then a variety of other concerns, at times we needed to consider whether these costs potentially outweighed the benefits. So something is going to have to, change as we continue to move forward, part of why we're here for this workshop. Thinking about enforcement issues, failure to report RSA trips led to non-compliance. Around 2014, council and state representatives noted the lack of sufficient enforcement resources. And then the final NEPA document that was put together did not analyze repercussions of RSA-related overages due to non-reporting. And this NEPA document came out prior to the 2006 reauthorization of Magnuson. That was our annual catch limits and accountability measures. So given that, in these enforcement issues, non-compliance could potentially lead to jeopardizing compliance with National Standard 1, those that prevent overfishing. A few other concerns related to policy and science. Throughout the RSA program, the public is forgoing up to 3% of the harvest from the existing fisheries to fund scientific research. The council should be equal partners in deciding what research gets funded under the RSA program. Currently, the final decision is made by the region's Science Center Director. And then finally, the voluntary research programs, for example, RSA, must satisfy National Standard 2 to be used in management, and National Standard 2 there is the best scientific information available. So we want to ensure that the science that we are generating, that will be incorporated into management, is the best available that we have to use. In terms of peer reviews, contrary to popular belief, all projects did pass peer review. That's why there are these final reports that are available on the region's website. But not all of these projects informed management. And that, again, is part of the goal of RSA here, to have, good science come forward, positive science that can inform management, help our stock assessments, and help better manage the species that the council is representing. There were also concerns about the RSA review and vetting process for proposals, and then ultimately the project oversight after funding. So something to continue to think about as we move forward throughout the workshop. And then a main issue was the lack of public trust in the RSA program. And this was something that was identified in the council's visioning project, and then ultimately the strategic plan. So we really need to hone in on this and create strong trust between the public, all stakeholders, and the council to make sure we have an effective RSA program. And in doing so, we need to evaluate the program and implement measures and changes to restore that public trust. Ultimately, this all culminated in 2014 to a program suspension. All RSA quotas were set to 0. And it's been that way since 2014 all the way till now. The provisions are still in place to get things moving. However, throughout this redevelopment, we'll hopefully revise some of those and potentially lead to a new program. But in the meantime, the council wasn't sitting still on research developments. The collaborative research program was developed, where in 2016 and 17, the Mid-Atlantic Council funded studies with goals to enhance science used in management and wanted to obviously facilitate collaboration amongst scientists, fishermen, and other fishery stakeholders, kind of an interim program there to keep things moving. And now we are back again with the potential program redevelopment. So following the suspension, this was first discussed in 2018 and added to the council's implementation plan in 2019. And our goal now here today is to develop a recommendation for the council with public input on whether and how to redevelop the Mid-Atlantic RSA program. And this starts today, but continues all the way throughout the series of 4 workshops. Today, we're here talking about research. In August, we'll talk about funding. In October, we'll talk about enforcement. And then in November, at an in-person meeting, will be our final summary where we develop those recommendations to be presented to the council and board in December. So, the December meeting, excuse me. So this in-person workshop has been scheduled for November 16th, 2021. It's at the Sheraton Baltimore Washington Airport Hotel. We hope to see as many of you there as can possibly attend, and looking forward to having a very productive workshop moving forward. And that's it for me, Andy. So I will kind of send things back over to you. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Matt. There's a lot of information that have been presented in those two presentations by Ryan and Matt, and a lot of that will come into play during the discussion this afternoon that really get to the goals of what we're trying to accomplish in this workshop. I want to quickly turn now to Dr. Mark Holliday. Mark has been leading up the economic working group for the SSC for the council that has been focused on the issues with RSA. This is going to be a little bit of a different format. Mark is going to introduce individually, I think, a series of 4 different speakers, and after each of the speakers, we will have a very brief, say about 5 minutes or so, comment/Q&A from the panelists, and then we'll move on very, very quickly to the next presentation. So, Mark, let me turn to you and let you kick this session off.
Hey, thanks very much, Andy. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to take a few minutes to set the stage for the next part of the workshop. And I'm going to try to answer 3 questions about the economic work group session. Who we are, why we're here, and what you can expect in the next 90 minutes. But I can't go any further without first giving a shout out to Adam Nowalski and Michelle Duval, the chair and vice chair, respectively, of the Research Steering Committee, for being open, accommodating, and welcome partners in the SSC project. They've just been very fantastic in letting us participate in the workshop. And a real quick shout out to council staff Matt Seeley and Brandon Muffley, because they consistently provide exceptional support and expertise that's seldom seen or appreciated by the public. So we could roll to the next slide. Well, who am I and who's the SSC? And the SSC is made out of 20 scientists that are appointed to support the council. Currently, there are 4 economists on it. I'm a retired NIMS employee with 35 years of experience in science and research. The last 10 years, I served as the director of policy. And I've been on the SSC for a long time, in fact, since the Reagan administration. The role of the SSC Economic Work Group, over a year ago, we approached the council and asked them if we could provide a greater service to them by looking at specific economic issues of policy or science research, provide expertise, and we offered them a number of different areas where we thought we might provide some service, and through a case study approach, and the council accepted this offer and said, why don't you take a stab at this RSA project? And so over the next year, we've been trying to provide input and have been working collaboratively with the RSC, and they've been gracious enough to let us participate in the workshop series to try to gather information, test our ideas, and that's the purpose of the next 3 workshops, is to share with you some of our preliminary findings and recommendations, vet that in front of you in a very innovative and creative way to get some feedback in a preliminary sense in order for us to write a final report to the council by the end of the summer. Next slide, please. So our goal is consistent with the goal of the workshop, and we're trying to provide a thoughtful, informed, and a participatory dialogue, and you'll see how that works in the next couple of slides. For today's research topic, what we've been working on, next slide, please. We've identified many different kinds of research project selection criteria, and some have particular economic relevance relative to proposals and the peer review process. And we've picked sort of a top 10 issues. They are the most salient lessons learned from the historic RSA program, and some of them are have the most economic consequences to future RSA programs. So we've been strategic and said, let's look for 4 or 5 topics to present today. All 10 of them will be in the workshop outputs at the end of the summer in our final report. So how are we going to, the next slide, please. How are we going to use the next 90 minutes? We're going to have different presenters from the SSC work group using a facilitated, concise 15-minute interactive discussion using a common approach. And if you've looked at the website, you've seen that there's a one-pager that's laid out all the essential information about each of these topics. We're going to summarize that in the brief opening discussion by defining the issue, summarizing the past RSA experience, and laying out what our recommendations are. And then we're going to ask you to give us either a comment, a question, or an idea about what you've heard. And this way, we're going to very quickly gather information, but very efficiently gather information without going into war stories, without going into details, and use that information to help us get your reactions to what our findings are, help us refine that, and use that information to help prepare our final report at the end of the summer. So the last slide in my little information here, the topics and the presentations that we're going to present. I'm going to lead it off. You can see what they are. I won't waste our time going through them, but these are the 5 issues that we'll go through. It's I think it's a very efficient way to use our time. I think we've got it well structured, and we've used this approach in the past to use with large groups and very effectively gather information. So in a nutshell, that's how we're going to use our time. And I'm going to ask Matt to move on to the first presentation, which I'll give. And our focus and our purpose of this talk is to highlight and learn from the major challenges faced by the previous RSA program in the selection and application of research projects with regard to council plans and objectives, especially with linkages to the management and the assessment goals. The SSC work group's primary recommendations under this suite of findings is the broader application of benefit cost principles in future RSA program implementation. So we go to the next slide, please. We'll go into what we see as the main issues. So it's clear that the objective of the council's original RSA program, as we heard from Ryan and Matt, they were not purposely aligned with economic performance, efficiency, or revenue outcomes. Instead, it was clearly to engage fishermen directly in the conduct of research. And the purpose there was to regain public confidence in the research and the data used in management. However, the council did implicitly assume that the value of the resultant research met or exceeded what the quota would have been valued at had it not been directed for research, right? So did the value of the resultant research meet or exceed what the quota would sell for had it not been set aside? Well, unfortunately, the first issue is clear. No economic data exists for us to tell you that answer. And so that's one of the problems that we've identified in terms of economic data associated with the RSA program. Nevertheless, we're still interested in understanding the relationship of RSA research to improving the resultant science and management. Along the way, we identified an issue of science quality versus science utility. We found frequent references in the public record criticizing the, quote, quality of the resulting science, yet in fact, All but 2 of the projects passed NOAA scientific review, and those 2 projects didn't even get off the ground, as Matt pointed out. So RSA program critics may have been conflating quality with usefulness of the science. Some of the ARSA research may have been statistically well designed and analytically correct, but was not the most useful to science or management. And we have to ask the question, why not? So one of the findings was that there was perhaps inadequate research and application linkages regarding the people and the timing. And by this, we mean some of the research maybe didn't align properly with the timing requirements of potential users of the research, whether it was lacking synchrony in resolving an assessment dilemma or a management impediment. Projects did not address the most relevant science management question or execute the work in a timely manner. And there are a number of reasons for this that we've been exploring. And lastly, one of the issues that we've been finding is that missing specific performance metrics. For example, a large number of the past RSA research priorities focused on stock assessment improvements. However, there was little basis available in proposals to evaluate the marginal improvements in a stock assessment relative to the research funding being spent, because there was an absence of specific performance metrics. How the research specifically tied into or affected the current assessment or management program and its value, benefit, or relevance went missing. Next slide, please. So given these issues, what are some of the findings that we could look at in terms of recommendations? We did see in our research that there's ample raw material existing out there to form a consensus of research criteria to sit alongside stated management goals. So we need to make this connection between research criteria for the projects and specific management goals. And as examples, the Research Steering Committee has already identified certain kinds of research it thinks the new RSA might focus on: more applied research, management-focused, short-term outcomes. In addition, the Council has already endorsed a new 5-year research plan in October 2020 with 7 strategic research themes, including species-specific priorities. Assessment priorities have also recently been linked to the research track assessments. These are all reasonable examples of raw material to help form such a consensus, but we still need a Council consensus approval process. The second thought is that we need to ensure a stronger linkage, collaboration, and partnership between the RSA researcher and the intended consumer of the research. We need to ensure the research product will be relevant, useful, and at a minimum, applied directly to a specific fishery science or management need at the right time and place. We recommend, for example, at the proposal stage, that a research proposal identify a specific client or entity by name, and when they will be using or applying the research results. Future proposals lacking such linkages would be downrated. Next, a clear-cut recommendation on collecting sufficient economic and financial data to measure the return on Council investment. These RSA assets are a financial investment that, just like a bank or a credit union making investments, we need to be able to understand how those investments are being invested and what the return on that investment is. Now, how should the factors such as uncertainty in a stock assessment model, such as the large overfishing limit coefficient of variation, or the likelihood of a constraining allowable biological catch, how should that help identify which fisheries where the biggest economic gains from science investments can be expected? And this leads to the last recommendation. We should suggest adopting tools that measure the impacts of RSA research on potential reductions in model uncertainty, the potential consequences on ABC, the consequences of relaxation of gear and other fishing restrictions, etc. Tools and analysis, such as management strategy evaluations, that could be useful to measure such changes should be incorporated into proposals where feasible to allow very specific performance metrics to be identified. Finally, there should be regular RSA program evaluations that look specifically at management performance effects and returns on investment. The goal is to provide Council and constituents open and transparent feedback on the RSA consequences and help decide whether to continue the program and/or fine-tune future grant solicitations. So these are our preliminary findings and recommendations on this topic. And Andy, I throw it back to you to manage the discussion.
Great, thanks, Mark. Is there any questions from the panelists for Mark to clarify anything that he said? I'm not seeing any hands go up. Matt, can you confirm that?
I don't see any right now, Andy.
Okay. Then we will turn it back over to Mark to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, very good.
Andy, do you want to touch on any of the recommendations that are up here or transition now?
So my thought was that if there are people who had more than just questions, if they had ideas, if they had reactions, if they had more than just questions, this would be the time to put them out there. But if that's not the case, I'm happy to move on. It's the will of the group. So, but our design here was to try to make this a little bit of interaction. So if you had reactions, you had suggestions, you had comments about any of the issues or the recommendations brought up under the research topic that we presented here, this would be your opportunity to chime in.
Okay, I see that Emerson has his hand up. Emerson, can you unmute?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Holliday, for your presentation. I find it interesting that you raise some of the issues that I've kind of independently raised in putting together my presentation for this afternoon. So I'll just kind of hold on my discussion here because I'll bring up some of this information in my discussion this afternoon. But thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Emerson. Looking forward to your presentation.
Okay. Any other comments from the panelists? I don't see any of their hands up. Oh, Michelle.
Thanks, Andy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, Mark, I definitely appreciate the richness of the information in your presentation. And I guess out of curiosity, maybe, with respect to the third bullet that's on the screen right now about, collecting sufficient economic and financial data to sort of measure that return on investment. Can you name a few pieces of the data that perhaps were not collected in the past that might help to measure that return that that you think the council should consider in the future?
Sure. So I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but part of the details of the auction process and the information associated with the values and generated by the sale of quota were not kept, were maintained by NFI and were not publicly disclosable. And so it's very difficult to get a handle on the values associated with the returns on investment when a lot of these types of data are held at arm's length and not publicly available. So in the design of a future program, if we're looking at the assessment of the assets, the public assets that are being traded and the values associated with them, the council might consider whether or not it wants to design a program that allows those kinds of data to be collected and made available for analysis, so that we can have a better understanding of the benefits and the costs associated with the program. Right now, it's a challenge in preparing information for the second workshop and the second part of this to obtain the kinds of data that are necessary to do these kinds of economic analysis. So the returns on the investment, the value of quota, the quota sales, that is very problematic and based on the historical data. But that type of information is critically important.
Okay. Adam, you have a question, and then Ryan, and then I'll have to move on to the next topic. So Adam, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Dr. Holliday, are you aware of, relative to the last bullet point, of tools that are being used at other councils in other parts of the world that would be useful for the purposes that you mentioned here in this bullet point?
So the one example I mentioned up front, and I think is already being used by the Mid-Atlantic, and the SSC is, making use of that, is MSEs, management strategy evaluations, which looks at simulating and modeling what the consequences are of a particular management alternative and what the consequences are. So if we were to look at evaluating what the impact would be of a particular a change in relaxation of a restriction on the quota, and try to run that through or change 10% in the uncertainty and what that effect would be on an annual ABC. You could use some of these modeling tools to see what the consequences would be, turn that into a revenue stream, and then say, okay, if this were to pan out, what would be the impact on the fishery? And so some fisheries that have high levels of uncertainty, you would want to say, if we were able to move that dial, by 5%, what would be the consequence? Would you make an investment there versus that has very low uncertainty? You would be less likely to make an investment there. So there are tools, some such as MSEs, that we're already making use of. We might make that more widespread and more commonplace as a requirement of evaluating the performance of these different research investments.
Thanks, Mark. And Ryan, last question for this time period.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Just a point about the economic data. So we do, the recipients do provide with each report a detailed accounting of their compensation fishing activities and revenue generated. So there may be data available. There are confidentiality rules around some of that data. I'm sure there's a way to work it to make it, widely available. And, I certainly agree that, strong linkages with the science and management programs is critical. And I think there's always opportunities for improvement there. When the Mid-Atlantic program was operating, they had a research set-aside committee, which was comprised of council members, and they were the management panel that we had, and they looked at all the projects. So there was input there, but I think, trying to have the science line up with the intended purposes, not always easy, but very important.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Great information, Mark. So we'll have to move on to the next speaker from the working group. I'll let you introduce them.
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Olaf Jensen. He's been a member of the SSC since 2014. He's currently at the University of Wisconsin in Madison as a professor in the freshwater and marine science program. But he previously served on the faculty at the Department of Fisheries Science and Aquatic Ecology at Rutgers University. He's got a unique perspective on the RSA program because he, while at Rutgers, was a principal investigator for an RSA project. Olaf, it's your mic.
Great. Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark, and thank you to the council for allowing me to talk about this topic. It's a topic that I am very interested in, as Mark said, as a former PI for an RSA project. And I think it's a really unique program that fulfills a lot of objectives of collaborative research. So I'm optimistic that we can deal with some of the issues that led it to expire. And the focus here in this part is really about communications issues. And I think of peer review as also falling under the heading of communications issues, because peer review, among other things, is designed to communicate to the stakeholders at large that a piece of science is acceptable and can be used for management. Next slide, please. So the issue is that any science used for management action has to be based upon the best scientific information available, and peer review is one way of ensuring that. For a revised RSA program to maximize benefits, I think there are a number of criteria. The first is that it should elicit and select proposals that have both high scientific merit and high relevance to management. So I want to separate the eliciting and selecting proposals, because a competitive grant process is sort of a dance with multiple partners here, and it's different from a contract, because it essentially invites the scientific community to donate some of their time and creativity in advance to thinking about creative ways to solve problems. That's the proposal creation stage. And really the job of the program, the first job of the program, is to elicit a good, strong response from the scientific community. Without that, without the willing participation of scientists willing to think about the problems and put together creative proposals, you don't have the raw materials to start with to have an effective program. My perspective is as a PI, so I'm going to emphasize that perspective here, and I'm happy to see that there's some other former RSA PIs speaking today as well. And then the second part there is the selecting proposals. So that's the review process that Ryan Silva went over in some detail there, and that's clearly an important part as well. And the second piece then is to ensure that the research is completed, communicated, and reviewed in a timely manner. And I think that timely is the key word here. Often academic research scientists simply have very different perspectives on timelines for research completion than the council would like in terms of solving management problems. So that's a really important area of that requires clear communication about goals and timelines. And then peer review of proposals and of research results is definitely the accepted method for establishing scientific validity. There is some question, and this is in the one pager, the 3-page one pager for this topic, about whether that peer review should be internal, as it was previously, where NOAA science staff were doing the reviewing, or whether the peer review should be left to the journal peer review process. And I think there are pros and cons to both, but certainly leaving it to the journal peer review process is much slower. So the past RSA experience, we'll go through this quickly because I think Ryan covered most of this. Proposals were widely solicited. There was a review by an internal NOAA subject matter expert. There were external reviews, including through an industry subject matter expert. So I think the review process, as it was originally constructed, met most of what we would think of as best practices for competitive grant programs. Whether everyone was aware of the rigor and the details of that, I think is more of the challenge. And then progress reports and a final completion report were required of each grant recipient, and that final report was reviewed, certified, and approved by NOAA science staff. I think just from my own perspective as a PI, I was unaware that the final report was considered an important product. And I think that speaks to some of the communication issues here, or that it was going to be peer reviewed. In my perhaps naivety, I assumed that the journal publications were the important products. So I think there, again, an area for communication to improve. Next slide, please. Okay, and I want to air some impressions that I've heard of the process, and be very open and upfront about this. This is not to cast judgment on the program, but these are some impressions that I heard from other academic scientists who were considering them. And one was that proposals were widely solicited, but most of the funding was always going to go to NEAMAP. And I think this in particular had the potential to really kill participation in the program. Academic scientists who are writing proposals are willing to put in that work up front under the assumption that they have a reasonable chance of getting the proposal funded in a fair and open process. If the perception is out there, justified or not, that that the game is rigged to some extent for a particular kind of proposal, that's really the kiss of death for a competitive grant process. And then the second impression here is that final reports were required, but they were delayed, inadequate, or failed peer review. And I think that one has already been dealt with a couple times. Next slide, please. So the questions, what is the structure of the proposal selection process? One important piece here is whether to include a pre-proposal stage in a revised RSA process. A pre-proposal essentially allows principal investigators to float an idea without having to commit a whole lot of work to writing a full proposal. They can put an idea out there and know whether it has a reasonable likelihood of being funded. And if it does, they move forward to the full proposal stage. If it's not a good fit for RSA, well, they haven't invested much and the RSA program hasn't been burdened with having to do a full review of a proposal that's just not a good fit for the program. So that's something to consider. The downside is that a pre-proposal stage would extend the timeline for the funding. And then how is reviewing structured? There are a number of detailed questions here that I think I'll skip over in the interest of time. And also after seeing Ryan's presentation, it seems like most of these have been pretty adequately dealt with already in the existing program. And then second, what are the review criteria, and are these criteria well matched to reviewer expertise? I think it's useful to separate the questions about scientific merit from the questions about council research priorities and the likely contribution to management of different research projects. The same reviewers are not going to necessarily be able to really adequately address both of those topics. So there might be a two-stage selection process that really separates those two. Next, please. How are potential changes to proposed research projects evaluated? It's not uncommon that a research project gets going, and particularly for field research projects, there can be changes to the environment, changes to boat availability, lots of things that make it so that the project as originally scoped is no longer the best way of moving forward. And so there needs to be some sort of process for both holding PIs to the goals of their original proposal, but also allowing for some adaptability. And this needs to be a process that can be fairly fast. So it needs to be clear who's empowered to approve or disapprove those change requests, and what criteria they'll use when making them. Many requests for proposals specifically ask the PIs to identify likely challenges and decision points ahead of time. And that has real value here, because then it's already written in the proposal that if this happens, we'll do this. Otherwise, we'll do this other approach, in which case it's not really a deviation from the original scope. Okay, next question. That was backwards. There we go. Okay, and how are the outputs of projects assessed for their scientific validity and use to guide management? Again, one approach is to leave it to the journal peer review process. Well-known rigor varies, but the timeline is almost always long. I think the second one has some real merit here, asking the SSC, which is in many ways sort of the in-house peer review process for the council, to review results and certify them as best available science. And then is there, as part of this, some iterative process of peer review and response by the PI? And I think that would extend the timeline a bit, but is probably useful for allowing for some questions to be addressed by the PI. And then is that in person or written or some combination? Again, these are issues that are important, but I think they're fairly straightforward to work out. Next, please. I think the last question here, really about the role of the SSC. The SSC members have the benefit of being familiar both with competitive grant processes, but also with the research priorities for council managed species. So SSC members are probably in a good position to do this reviewing. Of course, many SSC members will also be PIs or co-PIs on RSA proposals, or their colleagues from their institutions will. So there are certainly conflict of interest aspects that will need to be managed. But these are not unusual. They come up with all sorts of different granting programs, and there's usually fairly straightforward criteria about when you can serve on a panel, when you can serve as a reviewer of an individual proposal, and when you should recuse yourself from the process entirely. We have a whole topic on COI, so we'll leave it at that. Next. Great, thank you. I'm happy to discuss questions here.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the panelists right now? Let's see, Emerson, you have a hand up?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I like the idea of a pre-proposal process for all the reasons that were just outlined, but I find that to be very helpful so that you don't spend a lot of time writing a full proposal and the reviewers don't have to review a lot of full proposals that may not be right on the money in terms of what the reviewers are looking for. And the other thing about the review process for changes, I'm not totally sure how that's worked in the past, other than I've had to request changes based on vessel issues, but more of the time has been based on income generated through compensation harvest. And sometimes it's been less than what we wanted. Sometimes it's been more than what we anticipated. But I found the process to be fairly quick. Again, I don't know what the background was, what was happening in the background. I just know that I asked grants management to change scope, and I got a reply fairly quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. Yeah, that was my experience as well as a PI. We had some changes in methods, and they were approved fairly quickly. So I included that in there because it was an issue that I had heard about, but it's one that I also felt worked fairly well in the original program.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, we've got another hand up. I can't see who it is. Jay Paris?
Hey, good morning. This is Jonathan Peros. Just on this last discussion about proposal changes, I think it's an interesting one in that, in my experience, NOAA Fisheries has largely handled changes to proposals, and I wonder if there is a role for the council to be more involved in understanding how projects might change over time, depending on new circumstances. So I think it's a topic worth discussing, and would be interested if the agency has any comments on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Ryan, we're gonna make you the last one again. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to hold off to see if other folks have questions or comments. One of the challenges with RSA is the complication of the recipients needing to manage these lots of fish, and working with the industry, and it creates a huge workload for the recipients to manage that process. And I think that is something that gives pause to lots of researchers that might otherwise be interested in conducting the work or performing the research. It also will end up limiting the number of proposals that are submitted. When the Mid-Atlantic program was operating, the number of proposals was typically between 5 and 10 proposals per year. I think the pre-proposal process does work well. It works well on both sides. But I guess one, question for me with the pre-proposal process for the MID is just the relatively few number of proposals that had been received historically. So certainly still a fair burden on the applicants to submit, but the review burden, I guess, is less than other programs that do a pre-proposal process that I'm familiar with, like SK and the bycatch reduction engineering program. And just a quick response to Jonathan's question about change in scope. That is typically handled internally. So the recipient will contact the grants office and let them know of a particular issue. We will, and if it's a change in scope in terms of methodology, or there's a shortfall in resources, money, and it's going to change what they're able to accomplish, we will work with a subject matter expert internally to evaluate the implications of the change and whether it's warranted. And typically it is, but occasionally there's a fair bit of back and forth to try to come to a point where we think that the change will not undermine the ability for them to accomplish their objectives. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I want to turn it back to Mark for the introduction of the next speaker.
Thanks. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Garrett Piper, who's been a member of the SSC since 2020. Garrett's a regional economist with the NIMS Northeast Fisheries Science Center. He'll be talking to us about conflicts of interest.
Thank you, Mark, for the introduction. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Sounds
yes,
good.
thank you. Good. Just really quick before I get into the meat of this issue, I do want to point out that very similar to what Olaf presented earlier, this issue tends to be largely an issue of transparency and communication. And so keep that in mind as we move through the issue itself. And I also want to thank Olaf for kind of teaming up really well with that quick discussion of the conflict of interest with respect to the SSC. So one of the main objectives of the original RSA program was to regain public trust in the science and management. It's pretty clear at this point that the program historically, as it was run, eroded instead of bolstered this trust. Now, a lot of that was outside of wasn't related to the research itself, but nevertheless, the public trust was eroded through the program as administered. And so avoiding conflicts of interest is going to be key in any RSA redesign. And that's really to ensure that the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council, NOAA Fisheries, and scientists are viewed as honest brokers. And by what I mean by that is that they're viewed as taking steps and decision making such that they're looking at the best interests of society and maximizing the benefits to society as opposed to any individual. And so that's really a key component of this conflict of interest, or managing conflict of interest or potential conflicts of interests. Next slide, please. This should say past experience instead of recommendations. I apologize for that. So potential conflicts of interest are actually already in place with respect to scientific review. So for example, when there are external peer reviewers through grants.gov, which is the website that hosts peer review for the federal government, there is a specific form that they have to sign off on, which details the types of conflicts of interest that they should be aware of and whether they hold any of those conflicts of interest with one of the investigators that are submitting a grant proposal. But it's pretty clear also that additional transparency is needed. That's because throughout the RSA program, the history of the RSA program, there's a persistent concern about the veracity of research, and that was touched on by Olaf already today, and Matt as well. Just as a quick example, for recent RSA peer reviews for the New England Fisheries Management Council, there were specific potential conflicts of interest identified during the priority setting process, as well as within the management review panel. So that's both within the setting of those goals and objectives, and each year of the RSA program. So that could include individuals that are on the council itself, any AP members that are reviewing and kind of providing input into the process, as well as technical staff on either FMATs or PDTs. And then the management review panels, I think you'll remember from Ryan's presentation, of those individuals that kind of look at whether the proposals are kind of are likely to benefit management as opposed to the science. And then the final component of this kind of conflict of interest that needs to be managed is there's been, at least historically, some perceived inequities with respect to the quota auctions that were used to allocate RSA quota. And so, real or not, there's an obvious reason to focus on these issues in terms of conflict of interest. And I'll note that, next slide, please. A lot of these issues are already being dealt with and are standard kind of issues that are addressed through the council process, as Olaf mentioned. But regardless, I think there's two clear recommendations that associated with these conflict of interests. The first is to make sure that existing conflict of interest policies are well publicized in order to increase that transparency and regain the trust, the public trust in the process. That was one of the main objectives of the original RSA program, if that continues to be a main objective. And then the second recommendation is really to develop explicit public and public conflict of interest policies for SSC, the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council, the APs, PDTs or FMATs, and others involved in the priority setting, the review, and the funding decision making. As we already mentioned, a lot of these already occur. So, for example, in the scientific review, there's a conflict of interest statement that needs to be addressed. But within the council process itself, it's very normal for either a council member or SSC member, say, for example, to recuse themselves from a conversation if there is at least perceived conflict of interest. It's just codifying those best practices. That's really what we're talking about here. So the benefits that would kind of be developed from this conflict of interest statement would be transparency and adherence to really what is general best business practices across all industries. And the costs, I think, are relatively minimal. They're already employed broadly, and so again, it's an issue of transparency and communication more than developing from scratch these conflict of interest policies. But again, they must be codified so that the public regains trust in the RSA program. And so I guess if we had to kind of solicit specific comments, if that's necessary, then I think developing an explicit public conflict of interest policy would be of interest, and what people's views on that recommendation would be important to get out of this conversation. So with that, I'll open it up to the panel, and appreciate your time.
Okay, any quick questions for Garrett? Comments? Okay, Michelle.
Thanks, Andy, and thanks to Dr. DePiper for his presentation. And so I certainly find it, interesting, the recommendation to develop, public conflict of interest policies to try to address, some of those concerns that were raised before about, either real or perceived conflicts of interest occurring at different points within the process. And I would be curious to hear what others say about that, and how the council might consider going about doing that. I mean, clearly, if we come to the conclusion to, reinstate the RSA program and, incorporating some of this information, that would need to be included in, a framework document or something like that. But just a specific tool, whether it's, not just a policy, but is there a form that we would make other folks fill out as well? So apologize for the disjointed nature of my comment. I'm really just kind of thinking off the top of my head about some of these issues that you've raised and, have been raised in the past and how best to address them. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Any other questions or quick comments? Okay, Olaf?
Yeah, I'll just add that I think the National Science Foundation deals with this quite well, and their approach might be one to emulate here. They require a list of that PIs submit a list of people who they have worked with and have a defined conflict of interest as they set out specific criteria. And then they make sure that those people are not reviewers either of that proposal or participating in the panel where that proposal is discussed. So I think we could potentially borrow from them.
Okay. Any other quick questions, comments? All right, Mark, I will turn it back to you for introduction of the next speaker.
Thanks, Andy. It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Yan Yao, who's been a member of the SSC since 2008. She's a professor at Virginia Tech in the College of Natural Resources and the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife Sciences. Yan, it's my pleasure to give you the floor.
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Sound loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. This topic is universal data access and transparency. Next, please. The purpose of this topic include, first, identify major problems of data sharing and transparency for RSA funded project. Second, to define or redefine the data sharing policy and data management process for all the projects funded by RSA. And third is to create transparent policies and processes. Next, please. To look into this issue, we first compared RSA program with similar programs. So the previous RSA was a federal program. Historically, data access was not a requirement for RSA funded project, and data stewardship plans were not weighed in the peer review and evaluation process. Some of the historically funded projects had constraints on data sharing for research and management purposes. Since 2013, a data sharing and management plan is required for all the federal funded projects. Those can be seen from those documents like Office of Science and Technology Policy 2013, Office of Management and Budget 2013. So after 2013, eventually, federal agencies develop their own data management and sharing plans. Similar examples can be found from NOAA and EPA data sharing policy. Next, please. So we then look into whether this issue is important for our IRSA revised program. The answer is yes. This can be seen from three aspects. The first one, the RSA program historically favored projects based heavily on those that would acquire data for management that shows in a data need. Second, the transparency of the data and repeatability of the research results are important for regaining public trust in the science and management of fisheries. The last one is from the economic view of it. A good sharing data and management policy can avoid waste of resources, eventually can increase the value of investment. According to White House, so publicly accessible weather and climate data from NOAA underline forecasts that are valued at more than 32 billion per year. Next, please. So we then looked into the past RSA experience with this issue. The past RSA program did not have a mandatory data sharing and management policy. So RSA project fell into the following categories according to the data sharing. The first one is fully shared, and second one is partially shared, and then shared with the restriction, and some of them are not shared eventually. Currently, there's no unique data management system, So, data requests require contacting principal investigators individually. That can be time consuming and sometimes pretty troublesome. Yeah. Next, please. So the progress of data sharing has been impeded because of multiple reasons. I listed some major ones here. The first one is confidentiality or privacy about business operations. Second one is likelihood of misusing the data. And the last one is professional advancement or publication dissertation concerns by PIs. It might be worth comparing with the federal requirement for data acquired by agencies such as NOAA to create a data sharing and management policy for the revised RSA program. Next, please. The Economic Working Group further discussed the data sharing that are about economic analysis. So the deficiencies in economic data and capacities are widespread and have been identified by SSC many times. The latest in its report to the council meeting in 2019, the working group felt the quota sale prices are key to understanding the benefit and the cost of any research undertaking and have proven important in the management of the Northeast large mass multi-species fishery management plan. So therefore, it's important to look into strategies to deal with more effective data sharing of RSA funded project for the value of those investment. Next, please. Overall, the working group recommend to identify reasons and types of project of restricted sharing and not sharing, to discuss rationale and potential adaptations for such project, to discuss the potential to have a mandatory data sharing and management policy for all projects. Eventually, we recommend for the revised RSA to include data sharing policy in the peer review and evaluation process. Thanks.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? Not seeing any? Oh, Michelle?
Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Jan. I guess maybe I'm just throwing out there, I'd be curious to hear from, other participants, and I'll just ping on maybe Emerson and Olaf as having been recipients in the past, like any difficulties that they feel like they've run into with respect to, data sharing or trying to, construct a project in such a manner that you can avoid some of those confidentiality issues that you might run into. So just a general question out there for folks who participated in the past. Thanks.
I'll jump in here, and then maybe Emerson can respond as well. Thanks for the question, Michelle. I think, so for my RSA project, it was a natural science focus. There was no human subjects component to it. And I think there is just no reason when an investigator is receiving federal money that they will not make the data freely and openly available on public access websites. And that's become the standard for many other grants programs now. I mean, if you went to NSF and said, no, I'd like to just keep my data to myself forever, you would never be funded. And so I think if the council feels like they can't mandate this, then one good approach is to require a data sharing plan as part of the proposal. That way, the burden is really on the investigator to explain why they feel like they can't share the data freely and openly. And this is, I think, partly an issue, has become an issue with NEAMAP, where the council has funded NEAMAP data for years, and it's not on public portals. If you go to things like Ocean Adapt, you see the Northeast Center's surveys up there. You can see all of the distributions based on those surveys, and there's these conspicuous gaps inshore. for NEAMAP. I'll stop there and let Emerson respond.
Yes, thank you. So we have no problem sharing our data. Going back to the Mid-Atlantic RSA projects, I don't recall if we were requested to provide data or not, but if we were asked, we certainly did. All of our cooperative research projects since that 2013 or 2014 date that was identified have required us to include a data sharing plan, and we've done that, and we've, our data is available to anybody. We don't particularly have it on an online portal, but we've shared our data before, and we're always happy to share our data.
Okay, Ryan.
Thank you. Just to note that, the RSA programs, I don't recall back in 2013, going back that far, what we had in the funding solicitations, but certainly now applicants are required to submit a data sharing plan that basically outlines the data they're going to be collecting and how they're going to maintain it and make it available if requested. We don't request all projects to provide us with all of their data. That's a complicated topic and something that I think certainly warrants, more discussion in terms of how to, get access and make this information available. But some of these programs, have extremely large data sets that, are complicated and expensive to store and maintain. But the point being that all applicants are required to submit a data sharing plan with their proposal, which is included as part of the technical review process.
Great, thanks, Ryan. I'm going to turn back to Mark for introduction of the next speaker.
Thanks so much, Andy. The presentation next is prepared by Jorge Holzer, who's an economist with the University of Maryland. Jorge's been a member of the SSE since 2020. Unfortunately, he's not been able to be with us today because of a conflict. So Garrett has been gracious enough to volunteer to give his presentation for us. Garrett?
Thanks, Mark. Matt, can you leave a slide on this or on this slide for a second? Thank you. I wanted to provide some quick introduction to this topic first. This decoupling analysis and ecosystem species really kind of links to the funding mechanism discussion, which will be the focus of the workshop, the second workshop that the Research Steering Committee is hosting. And so what you'll see is that really what we're trying to set up here is a tee off that conversation and to have people start to think through the kind of linkages between all these things. I think you've already noticed that there's linkages across all these topics, but really with the coupling, the funding mechanism, what we need to think through is kind of what issues or what decision points early in the process could have impacts on the way that the funding mechanism could actually work. And that's the extent of what's being presented here today. And so you won't see any recommendations at this point. The other thing I wanted to note is that we're going to focus on kind of a discussion on an auction, but that's not necessarily the only thing that could fund a reinvigorated RSA program. It's certainly not used in the New England Fisheries Management Council process. It doesn't have to be used here, but nevertheless, it's been used historically, and there's some value to kind of reassessing its utility in any redeveloped RSA program. And so it's kind of a natural departure from which to kind of engage in this discussion. So with that said, can you go to the next slide, please? All right, so we're talking about decoupling allowances as well as funding research for ecosystem species. What do we mean here? Well, really what we're talking about is the idea that you have RSA quota directly tied to the research trips that are undertaken in a similar manner to, say, for example, the scallop RSA in New England. So the research trips are actually fishing trips. So the fishermen and fishing vessels become the crew and vessel for the research. And there's some implications that has on both the amount of funds that you can generate as well as kind of the type of research that could be conducted that needs to be considered. So the other issue is that not all the species that are managed by the Mid-Atlantic Council are high valued. And so from Ryan's presentation, you saw that herring in any given year would go from $0 raised to a couple $100,000. In the Mid-Atlantic, historically, there was a similar issue with some of the squids in that depending on both biological constraints and other things, or even management constraints, some of the quota often just didn't generate a whole lot of funding for research on that species. And there's no reason to believe that that wouldn't continue to be an issue moving forward. So that's really what we're talking about here. Next slide. All right, so the former research set-aside program in the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council did decouple the harvest of the RSA quota from the research. And so basically quota was auctioned off by a third party to generate revenue. And then that money was given to the researchers to hire a vessel and conduct their research. Excuse me. Most of the revenue that was generated from the RSA program came from high-valued species. There's not really a surprise there. It included summer flounder, black sea bass, and scup. And only up to 25% of the revenue generated from any given species from the sale of that quota for that given species could be used to fund research on other species. And so that kind of speaks to the equity concern where you're basically subsidizing research for other species from sale of a single species quota. Next slide. We're going to go through some benefits and drawbacks to decoupling at this point. I'm going to start with the benefits. First off, again, we're talking about in an auction framework here. Quota allocated through a market mechanism like an auction allows for two important things. The first is price discovery. What I mean by that is that fishermen have a much better sense of what quota's worth than managers are going to. And so something like a market an auction allows the fisherman's knowledge to be presented. And the other thing is that something like an auction will maximize the grant funds available for research itself, and that's because the competition will push the price up. Now, that's not the only reason, as Mark mentioned earlier, that the RSE program is kind of conducted. So there's other objectives that might kind of directly conflict with that kind of maximizing grant funds available, but nevertheless, that conflict should be addressed and deliberated within this process. The second benefit is that assuming the quota prices information is available to the council, that information can actually be really valuable. Now, as Jan mentioned in the last presentation, that quota price information is used in the New England Fisheries Management Council specifically for management of the largemouth multi-species fishery. And so there's obvious utility of that price information if and when it becomes available to the council. It could inform information or decisions around intersectoral quota reallocation, so rec commercial splits, say, for example. You had auctions for each of those, and historically the RSA program did have auctions for recreational and commercial fishermen. Then you can understand what the trade-off of reallocation across those sectors might be. And then the second thing that this quota price provides is an estimate of the cost of management measures that's imposed on vessels that aren't provided exemptions. Again, the way the RSA program functioned is the quota was provided exemptions that other people were relegated to, and that's where the value of that quota actually stemmed from. And so really what the price information provides is a sense of what that cost is to fishermen. Move forward, please. Another benefit of decoupling quota use from quota or from research is that you can provide a secondary lease market. And that had historically been employed in the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council's RSA program. And basically what this allows is that the full quota can be utilized. So a fisherman that buys quota that realizes in the season that they can't actually use it all can transfer it to another fisherman. And that kind of helps to kind of address the issue that Olaf was mentioning earlier, where you might have to you might otherwise have to change your research plan. At least partially that helps mitigate it. You might have to change your research plan depending on how much revenue is actually available. So if fishermen know that they can transfer it to other people, the value of that quota kind of implicitly goes up. Because there's not the risk of having it sit there after you've bought it. And then finally, auctions of quota for forage species, which are unlikely to generate enough revenue to fund the research for forage species specifically, could be addressed. That lack of funding could be addressed in the design of something like an auction. So for example, you could bundle quota for forage species and high valued species and auction it off as a single unit to kind of ensure that no researchers kind of faced with that kind of high variability year to year based off of the quota package that they've been provided. Next slide, please. So there's some drawbacks associated with this decoupling as well, and we need to keep those in mind as we move forward. So the first is that the benefits of a competitive market like an auction only kind of accrue, and that's specifically to kind of revenue maximization, if people have confidence in the process. So what you need is a transparent process for allocating that quota. Any thought of collusion or unclear rules for who wins that quota, cheating, et cetera, can really undermine the validity of that auction, at least perceived validity, and can decrease the auction's advantage over something like a fixed price, say, for example. The second drawback is that information from an auction is only valuable if it actually is provided to the council in a timely manner. So kind of something to think through is that if say, for example, an auction is kind of engaged to allocate quota in the future, there should be some thought put into how that auction should actually be conducted by a third party, assuming it would be a third party. Next slide, please. So enforcement becomes significantly harder when you decouple allowances. That's because you would assume that there'd be many more vessels landing quota if you've got an auction that allocates the quota, and then you can have a secondary market to reallocate quota after that point. That increases both the number of vessels and the number of landed ports, which obviously has implications for both monitoring and enforcement. And then leasing makes tracking quota throughout the season challenging as well. And so those are some of the drawbacks that need to be thought through in that sense. And then finally, the decoupling could prevent researchers from developing those long-term relationships with industry counterparts that Ryan suggested was a real key component of, and is a key component of the RSA programs that are currently run. And also obviously harkens back to that one of those primary objectives of the historical RSA program in the Mid-Atlantic, which was to engender trust in the science management nexus, particularly for stakeholders and the general public. And so with that, I will open up to questions. Next slide.
Okay, are there any questions? Emily?
Thanks. It wasn't a question as much as a clarification. I just wanted to say that I know the Scallop RSA program was mentioned. That program is actually pretty unique for New England too, because we do, in a sense, decouple the research from the compensation fishing. In the Scallop plan, we have regulations that allow for us to issue letters of authorization, which include a number of sort of blanket exemptions that we offer vessels that are involved in the RSA project. The research generally doesn't land their Scallop RSA on research trips, and the PIs are very involved in coordinating with the vessels and letting us know of which vessels to include in these letters of authorization. I realize that this might be something we want to discuss more and go into the ins and outs of the program at a future, maybe the funding workshop or a future workshop, but I did want to point that out.
Great, thank you very much. Let's see, Sean?
Yes, thank you. So with transfers between people that already bought auction, are they allowed to then sell it to someone else at a higher price? And then also with charter or the recreational side versus commercial, there's a difference in value where commercial fishermen, the value is the fish they take and sell, where charter guys almost don't want to catch the fish because their ability is to sell the tickets to go fishing on those trips. So is that taken into account in any of the setups in the auctions or the tracking of value of fish?
Garrett, do you have a response to that?
Yeah,
It's Eleanor, all right, go ahead. I ran the auction, so I can fill in a lot of how it worked.
sure, if you'd like to address that, Eleanor, go ahead.
So what we do with transfers is you transfer the same price because we already know how much was being raised, and we kept it simple and transferred the same price that was allocated to the original person. And they had to have reasons to transfer, like if their boat broke down or like they had some issues and they couldn't fish for those species. So that's how that worked. So, and then the recreational, they use some of that quota was used for when they harvested their fish. They had to weigh them on scales in some of the states. So they knew how many pounds that they harvested, and that got counted against their RSA. Quote, the RSA they were allocated. So that's how it worked. But on a whole, a lot of the for hire guys used it, but they didn't. A lot of times weren't able to, they would buy it and they weren't able to actually use it. So we would transfer those fish. So if you have any other questions, I'm always available to answer how the whole process worked.
Great, thanks, Eleanor. Emerson?
Yes, thank you. It was stated that the former RSA program decoupled RSA quota from the research. But the program didn't actually decouple it. That was up to the individual PIs. So some PIs decoupled RSA quota from the research and some did not. And I have some additional comment on that in my presentation later today. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Emily, your hand's still up. Did you have another question?
I do not. Apologies. I'll put it down.
Good. Okay, I would like to turn to the public for about 15 minutes of questions or comments. So,
And Andy, this is Matt. I'm happy to jump back and forth between any slides as necessary.
okay, thank you. Dave Bethany?
Great, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Bethany. I'm the director of the Commercial Fisheries Research Foundation, and I've been involved in the RSA program in New England for over a decade. I just wanted to echo the comments by Emily and Emerson that there's this third category that's kind of a hybrid between decoupling and coupling, where the research does not happen at the same time as the harvest, but the fishermen conducting the research are given the quota as compensation for that to harvest. And a lot of the benefits that you showed in either category fall into benefits for this kind of hybrid or third approach. So I would really encourage this committee to look into that as a third option and not forget about that. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments, questions? James Fletcher.
Since the fishing industry is funding this, I feel that we should have a say in some of these projects. The science and everything else did not work last time because the industry did not have a say in it. Someone needs to come in with a method that captains holding operators license can discuss and have projects done. We know where the problem is, but the science will not listen to us. So in these discussions, before you go in taking money from the industry, why not come up with a way to include industry? Only those holding federal operators permits get to have a say in it. Thank you for your time, and I ask you to please consider that, because last time we had no say, and it looks like this time the fishing industry will have no say. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Are there any other questions or comments from the public?
Can you hear me?
Ken, is this Carl?
No, this is Robert Rule.
Oh, okay. Robert, go ahead.
I was just curious, what are the major reasons for the, I guess, the public distrust or the perception of, the negative perception of the RSA in previous years? What are the main drivers in that as far as the public view?
Matt, can you take that question?
Yeah, I can tackle some of it, and then I may defer to Ryan Silva, who's been managing the program a little bit longer from the regional office. But, a lot of the issues starting right at the beginning with non-compliance and quota, being allocated one way and then not being used the way that it should. Projects not fully being, every project met the final criteria, but not ultimately informing management. So there were, quite a lack of disconnect, or, there was this disconnect between the quota that was being used and the projects that were being funded, and then what was available, in the end there. But I'll turn to Ryan to see if you can kind of bolster that a little bit.
Thanks, Matt. I think you covered it. And thanks for your question, Robert. I think, it was the violations that were, uncovered by our Office of Law Enforcement was a huge driver. I think leading up to those, the announcement of those violations, there was a fair bit of skepticism about the operations of the vessels. So I think that was borne out in those violations. And I think also there was just general frustration, at least on some parts of the fishing industry, about the ability to access the RSA quota. And I think those were the general sentiments, at least that I heard, in terms of just, kind of uncertainty, unhappiness with the program.
Okay, Robert, does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much kind of knew that anyway. I just wanted to, have it vocalized. So one of the major things that would need to be addressed going forward, if we do re-implement the RSA, would be to, we'd have to bolster up the reporting requirements and the accountability aspect of it. And I also, unfortunately, I think that I don't doubt that there was a lot of issues around the original RSA as far as non-compliance, but I think there was a lot of other issues that were kind of jumbled into the RSA that really weren't RSA issues that helped give it a little bit of a, kind of a more of a muddy name than it really entailed. But, I see going forward that is, the accountability and the enforcement aspect of the RSA definitely need to be bolstered up. But overall, the program itself has a lot of potential and it has the ability to answer a lot of questions if it's handled correctly. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Robert. I want to turn to Carl Benson, and then I'll go to James Fletcher again. So, Carl? Carl, are you still muted? Are you trying to talk? All right, we'll go to James, and then Carl, we'll come back and see if you're there. James, go ahead.
Put the truth on the table. The people that were doing the auctions, you had to be a member of their organization, and only certain members of their organizations got it. So put the truth on the table. Don't start hiding it at this discussion point. The truth was you had to be a member of the people doing the auction or the group doing the auction. You had a national group involved in it, and only those that were in the know or in the group got the money. So at least be truthful when you're discussing it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. I want to go back and see if Carl's here yet, and if he is, unmute.
Carl, this is Matt Seeley, Council staff. I sent you a request to unmute, so something should pop up on your screen. Just select that. You should be good to go.
Okay, let's go to Eleanor.
Yes, I just want to say they did have to be a member of FI, and that was partly to help pay for running the whole process. But it was also a very open and transparent. Any boat was allowed to join. No one that was not allowed to join, any state or rec any for hire or commercial fishermen. So I don't know where Mr. Fletcher's coming from, but it's not true. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. I think, Carl, I think we have you back now. Is that right? Nope. Still don't hear you, Carl.
Carl, it looks like you are unmuted on the webinar now. Maybe you're muted just on your phone. So if you want to try to give that a chance.
Let's move on. Is there any other questions or comments?
Andy, since we're not getting a hold of Carl here, Carl, please feel free to just type your comment or question in the chat, and hopefully we can address it there. Thank you.
Yes, and I will remind everybody there is the opportunity on the council's website to provide comments or even pose any more questions even after the webinar is done. So make sure you take advantage of that if you need to. Are there any other questions or comments about this morning's, from any of the either panelists or the public, from any of the morning presentations or discussions? Okay. Not seeing any hands. We're back on time, back on schedule, which of course is one of the most important parts here, and that is lunch. So we have a 45-minute lunch break scheduled from 12 to 12:45. I would suggest that you log back in a little bit earlier than 12:45 if you do happen to log off, so that we can get back in a timely manner. So with that, I will, Matt, any other announcements before we break for lunch?
Nothing really. I will keep the webinar up and running. I'm going to be here in front of the computer. If anyone has any technical issues, please either just type into the chat or feel free to just talk right into the webinar, and I will address them as soon as possible.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll convene again at 12:45. Thank you.
Matt, are you still there?
Still here.
How's my sound right now?
You sound good?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Matt,
Hey, Mary.
do you want to try leaving the webinar so you can rejoin and see if you can get in just once?
Do you think it would be helpful?
It's up to you. I mean, it doesn't seem to have been causing you issues. I don't know why you're in there twice, but I was just thinking if you wanted to take the host privileges back from Stephen, and it said that you said you hadn't been able to become host again after you lost the webinar. So I thought you might want to resolve that during the lunchtime.
Yeah, so Steven's host, so things will still continue to run the way that he has it, so I should just disconnect and then reconnect and then type in the host key again, I guess? Is that the best way?
Do you have to type in the host key? I've never done that before. I mean, usually if I just log into WebEx in my browser and go to the meeting, I can just join it and it recognizes me as being host.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, since Steven ended up typing in the host key and taking those privileges, I wonder if I would have to do it back. But
I probably have to give it back to you.
Okay, so Steven, would you recommend I just close out the webinar, don't end anything, of course, just, you know, the X in the top right, log out of WebEx on the browser, then log back in and get on the webinar? Is that the best way?
Yeah, I would close out of everything WebEx.
Okay, I'm going to give it a try now.
Get back in that way.
Okay, so I'm on the phone, not on the computer for audio. Should I end the phone call as well?
It should be fine on the phone. It's just on the computer, you'll need to end everything.
I would think you should hang up the phone because it has linked your name as co-host with the phone, so that's probably related to why you're in here twice.
Okay, I will disconnect and hang up on everything, come back in, and please just make sure that the recording is still continuing.
Yep, it's still going.
Just remember, leave the meeting, don't end the meeting.
Yeah, of course. All right, I'm going to give that a try now. Do you want to leave the meeting? Leave meeting. Mary, this is Matt. Just wanted to test my audio again.
Hey, Matt, you sound good.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Andy, this is Matt. Just wanted to check in, check my audio connection, and see if you're there.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Peter. Thanks for checking in.
I'm here, Matt.
Perfect. Thanks, Andy.
Matt, it's Tony Delaney. I reconnected. Can you hear me? Hello, Matt. It's Tony Delaney. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Okay.
Yeah, Tony, I got you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. I'll mute myself again. Thank you.
Yep. Michelle, I see you in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, it's 12:45. Shall we get started?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody, from lunch. And this morning we heard a lot of great information that would help to feed the discussions for this afternoon's topics. And this afternoon we are going to be talking about how research needs should be developed and prioritized, what criteria should be used to evaluate proposals and applicants, and then what criteria should be developed for communicating the project results to the council and through the review process. As we get started, we're going to turn to one of the previous RSA participants, Emerson Hasbrook from Cornell University, and he's going to provide a brief presentation on his experiences and some thoughts about what might be able to be done differently. So, Emerson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and Matt has my presentation.
Okay, take it away then, Emerson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emerson Hasbrook, and I'm with the Cornell University Cooperative Extension Marine Program on Long Island, New York. I've been involved in cooperative research with the fishing industry for over 30 years. So I want to thank the Mid-Atlantic Council leadership, the Research Steering Committee, Committee Chair Adam Nowalski, Committee Vice Chair Michelle Duval, and the coordinators of these workshops for providing me the opportunity to give a presentation here today. Next slide, please. So I've been asked to give a 15-minute presentation on a researcher's perspective for 3 items: involvement in the research set-aside program, positives and negatives of the Mid-Atlantic Research Set-Aside Program, and suggested program improvements. Next slide. So I've conducted 4 Mid-Atlantic Research Set-Aside projects over the years. The first one was in 2004, evaluation of the effect of vent size and shape on black sea bass behavior and escapement from pot gear. And the results were used to develop specifications to black sea bass escape panels. Next slide, please. My second project was in 2007, evaluation of summer flounder discard mortality in the inshore bottom trawl fishery. And we determined the discard mortality in the bottom trawl fishery for fluke based on various tow times and time the fish spent on deck. Next slide. My third project was in 2009. Again, evaluation of summer flounder discard mortality in the bottom trawl fishery, but this was part 2, a study of the offshore winter fishery. Similar to the previous project, but again, in the offshore trawl fishery, and we also calculated discard mortality based on tow time and the time the fish were on deck. Next slide, please. And my fourth project was in 2010, a method to reduce butterfish retention in the offshore directed loligo squid fishery through the use of a bycatch reduction device adapted to pre-existing gear. And that was when we were still calling longfin squid a while ago. And this was when the butterfish bycatch cap in the longfin squid fishery was very low and threatened to close the squid fishery. Next slide, please. I've also been involved in 3 monkfish RSA projects. First one was in 2012, coast-wide stock structure of monkfish using microsatellite DNA analysis. The second one in 2016, fine-scale genetic population structure of monkfish. It was an expansion of the first project. And then the third one was funded with 2018 RSA, but it's taking place actually now in 2021 due primarily to the COVID pandemic. And that one was on, or is on, increasing line thickness and mesh size to reduce skate bycatch in the monkfish gill nets. Next slide. So how does my team develop RSA project proposals? It's obviously based on requests for proposal priorities. We work with the fishing industry to come up with approaches to address those priorities. We use ideas provided by the fishing industry and design a scientific study around these ideas to conduct successful research projects. Also, in our normal day-to-day interactions with the fishing industry, they frequently provide suggestions about cooperative research projects. So we keep these in mind for funding opportunities, including RSA. We also bring in other researchers as collaborators to develop the project. And usually fishermen supply gear and knowledge of fishing activities. Next slide, please. So positives of the Mid-Atlantic Research Set-Aside Program. I think it was a great funding opportunity that, with suggestions to come out of this series of workshops, may become viable again. It can be comparable to or better than the sea scallop and monkfish RSA programs that continue to be successful. So RSA was a great opportunity for collaboration and cooperative research with the fishing industry. In terms of fishing industry involvement, the development of ideas and methods directly with the industry. The program allowed for direct participation of industry in needed scientific research. And many fishermen very much want and appreciate the opportunity to participate in fisheries research. Also allows for better industry buy-in of results. It was a great source of funding that is not dependent on and is in addition to agency, council, commission, and state budgets. It was an opportunity to direct that funding specifically to identified research needs, and managers and scientists developed and identified research needs. The Mid-Atlantic RSA program has been an overall positive experience for this researcher. Next slide. Negatives of the RSA program. Obviously, the loopholes that existed and the few dishonest people that exploited them that led to the end of the program. Also, poor interaction between researchers, council, commission, NIMS, and others relative to communicating and using project results. This is a bi-directional problem. And this led to some of the perception that project results may not have been relative to management. I have a little bit more about this on the next slide. This was also brought up this morning by the SSC work group. Another negative was program research priorities seemed to carry over across multiple years with little update. They actually didn't change much over the life of the program. There was also the perception by many that the Mid-Atlantic RSA program was equivalent to the auction and that the auction was equivalent to the Mid-Atlantic RSA program. I still hear this currently. Mention RSA program to someone and they say, oh yeah, the auction, but we know it was much more than that. There There are methods other than the auction to convert fish into money. Of the 4 Mid-Atlantic RSA projects, I only used the auction for one of them. And as we heard earlier today, the monkfish and sea scallop RSAs do not use an auction. And turning fish into money is not a negative. So I guess that's a double negative, right? If I'm saying it's not negative under the negatives of the program. But anyhow, I don't feel that that's a negative of the program. And I know funding mechanisms will be the topic of another workshop. Next slide. So possible program improvements. And I find it interesting that the SSC work group raised many of these issues as well this morning. Improved oversight and requirements for RSA harvest. We know this has to happen to prevent the abuses of the past, and Workshop 3 will likely provide guidance on this. But this needs to be a focus of a revitalized RSA program. There also needs to be periodic review of how the oversight is working. Develop research priorities that are timely and relevant. Refresh them on a regular basis. Include the fishing industry in developing and prioritizing research needs. Successful applicants should have an industry partner. Proposals should have some discussion about how they will turn RSA allocation into dollars. And I'm not just referring to a narrative that says we will need X pounds of fluke and expect that to net Y dollars per pound, with an actual plan on how funds will be raised. A better interaction between researchers, council, commission, NIMS, and states relative to communicating and using project results. The possibility is to use the research steering committee and or the SSC, if not the full council. This is a two-way process. Researchers and the council need to be willing to make it happen and have the time to do so. But may also need a mechanism to retain RSA funds to cover PI travel to accomplish this. A process that could be similar to how myself and other researchers that received Mid-Atlantic Council research funding a couple of years ago had to present our findings to the council at full council meetings. I conducted some research projects with the New England Council funding over the years, and I had to present to their research steering committee, which acted as a peer review process. So that's another consideration. A question that I have is, what does it actually mean for results to be used in management? What does that actually mean? We may need to have some discussion about that. And I can give an example later if people are interested. The SSC work group also commented on these issues this morning. And I think we need to envision that a future RSA program may not look like the previous version. Think of what the program can be. And lastly, better coordination to track RSA harvest between researchers and NIMS. There needs to be the ability of researchers to have access to RSA landings data or have it provided by NIMS in a timely manner. Next slide. And Andy, I don't know if the agenda allows for some questions at this time, but if it does, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we can take a few questions. Anything for Emerson? Dewey.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Emerson. I was curious as to all the research, particularly to the research set aside that you have done. How many of the results have been used in implementation of a stock assessment or into present day management? You might already said that. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Dewey. I kind of inferred that a little bit in my presentation, but it also raises the question that I raised is, what do we really mean by used in management? So in the black sea bass pot study that I did, Those results were used to develop specifications for black sea bass escape panels. And then the two different projects that I did on summer flounder discard mortality in the trawl fishery, inshore and offshore, those results were indirectly used, if you will, in the stock assessment process. I sat in on the summer flounder stock assessment years ago, just after these projects. And even though it did not change the discard mortality estimate that's used in the assessment, in a way, it kind of validated that mortality rate that was being used. We found that the discard mortality had a high range from about 45% to 90%, depending on whether it was inshore or offshore, length of tow, and as you would expect, length of time that fish were on deck. So that mortality factor or estimate could have been expanded based on looking at, tow times and different components of the fishery. But anyhow, we helped to verify that discard mortality rate that was being used. And then in the butterfish project, and I'll try not to get too long-winded here, I'll draw an analogy. So we did some work up in New England using a large mesh belly panel in a trawl net in the small mesh fisheries up in New England, whiting fishery on Georges and the longfin squid fishery on Georges, to see if we could release different types of flounders, primarily yellowtail flounder. And that project ended up where we were NIMS approved large mesh belly panels, accepted gear type when accountability measures kick in. And they even created a specific gear code for that. The project that we did with butterfish, the last project that we did, was to see if we could develop if we could release butterfish while the net was still fishing to reduce that butterfish bycatch. So we had great success in reducing butterfish bycatch, but it also reduced the longfin squid catch to the point where it would be impractical to make that part of a management requirement. So that was not directly incorporated into management, but I think it had good management implications. So I hope that answers the question without getting too long-winded.
No, you did. Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Emerson. I appreciate your insight into this because of all the experience that you have had over the years with the RSA. And I appreciate the fact that you pointed out that we've not done a good job about the sort of interacting and communicating what the results were and how they were used. But I'm curious about your what you meant by turning fish into money, and that in the proposal, the applicant, the proposal, should comment on that and explain how it's going to accomplish that objective, that goal. Because I would have thought that a program had that particular feature defined as part of the program description and part of the program characteristics, so that there aren't a lot of options. So that's my question. Did I misinterpret what you meant, or am I thinking about an RSA program a little bit differently than you are?
I'm not sure if we're thinking of things differently or not. What I meant there was the proposal should have a plan on how the researcher is going to convert, quota into dollars. How is the compensation harvest going to take place? And in the past, it was essentially, we're going to need X amount of pounds of summer flounder, X amount of pounds of black sea bass, and so forth, and we expect to generate this amount of money from summer flounder and this amount of money from black sea bass, and we'll work with the fishing industry on compensation harvest. But I think going forward, and again, some of this is going to be based on the workshop, the next workshop, I guess it is, on raising funds, is, you know, specifically, how is the PI going to work with the industry to convert quota into dollars? Is it just going to be, we're going to put it all on the auction if there is an auction, and that's what it'll be? Or are we going to work with our industry partners for compensation harvest? You know, it's a little bit of detail of what the PIs intend to do for that component. So, you know, I hope that answers your question.
Well, I think it does. I think it does because, you know, of course, the Mid-Atlantic has had it a little bit differently than New England, and you've been involved with both of them. And yeah, I think that answers my question. And we'll get a little bit more discussion about this at the next workshop. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Emerson, for that presentation to kind of kick us off into the afternoon's discussions. Always good to hear from a person who's had the firsthand experience with the program to set us on a pathway for discussion. So let's turn to the first topic item for this afternoon, and that is how should research needs to be fulfilled by RSA be developed and prioritized. Matt, I'm going to ask you to pull up the first slide about how they were prioritized in the future. In the past, so that people get an idea of what, you know, where were we coming from and what can be done differently. Set the topic for discussion here. So, in the past, the Council's SSC ranked the research priorities based on the 5-year research plan. Those priorities were then provided to NOAA Fisheries, who developed an RFP, and then the NIMS coordinated the technical review of those proposals that were received. The Council, SSC members, and staff were included in a pool of technical reviewers, and then the RSC conducted management reviews of the proposals and recommended the funding, and then finally the Northeast Fisheries Science Center director made the final project selections for that. So that's how it was done in the past, and we've heard some, you know, discussion this morning, and actually I think, Emerson, you pointed out that some of the points this morning echoed what you had in your presentation. You know, I heard that the priority should be linked to a need or utility of the research, that there should be some performance metrics perhaps built into the proposals, and then strong linkages between the researchers and the intended community of research could help those to some degree. Does anybody have any initial thoughts? We have you know, another slide that we can pull up to kind of get you thinking about, you know, some questions. But does anybody have a burning thought about what didn't work in the past and needs to be fixed right, you know, in the future? Peter, do you have your hand up, or is that from previously? Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead then.
I put it down and muted myself and re-raised the hand. Yeah, there's one thing, there's one component here that I think could be added and we would do well, and that is to have some interaction with the fishing community involved in the prioritization and range of topics. And it's not as though we don't, but I think if we explicitly said that we're going to engage them, and one of the reasons I say that is because over the years, it's clear that the people who are out there on the water, either trying to catch fish or catching fish, have some insight that's useful to us as we go about this process of defining research topics and helping to scope out research questions. So I think it would be useful if we made sure that it was explicitly in there. And not just the commercial industry commercial fishing industry, but also the rec, because they all have something to, as we all know, they all always have something to say. But
Okay. Good thought. Tony?
Thank you. You were asking, your question seemed to be focused around how should we design, perhaps going forward. And the two suggestions that I would have would be that number one, the funding that is awarded is not awarded all at once in one bulk amount, but rather it is awarded on a milestone basis, and that there be reporting requirements on the part of the researcher at a certain set of intervals, depending on the type of research that's being done, in order to once they complete that reporting requirement, then they receive the next installment of their award, so that we're sure to keep an eye on how the money is being spent, and it's being spent in an efficient manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. What other thoughts do you have about how the research needs should be developed and prioritized? Matt, you want to pull up the next slide, the next questions, or thought-provoking questions? So you want to take a look at those real quick. Those are basically develop priorities using research data needs as was done previously based on the 5-year research plan. Because I'm not hearing anybody saying that shouldn't be done, that shouldn't be part of the process. Is that the case? Adam, you've been part of the process of as chair of the committee and whatnot. What are your thoughts about that?
It's been a long time, obviously, since the council has been involved in the evaluation of RSA projects. I think that the collaborative research work that Matt had mentioned earlier that the council undertook after the suspension of the program through the research steering committee provided a good venue for going ahead and getting some recommendations to the full council. I certainly think that the SSC has provided a willingness through the work they've done so far to evaluate things from an economic end. They're clearly capable of evaluating things from a biological side as well. So I think those are some wins for what we've been able to accomplish with the collaborative research so far. I would see both of those groups and the full council potentially being involved moving forward. I don't think we would want to see them
Okay. Peter, you've got your hand up again?
yeah, I do. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to echo that, or comment that what Adam was describing is also the method that was used back when the Mid-Atlantic RSA program was active, and that is that the committee had a discussion about this and then took it to the full council, and that was always in the context of, you know, other things that were going on. So the council already had various needs on their mind. So, you know, we don't know enough about this species, or we don't know about that piece of gear. We wish we had more information or data on X, Y, or Z. So it was always within that context, because there's always something else on the agenda, and that's a good thing. But I thought it worked out pretty well back when it was operative 10 years ago. And the committee had a very active role in that, worked with the SSC, and then took it to the council, and the council was always had something to say.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Jonathan, you got your hand up?
Good afternoon. I think I got my name squared away. So this is Jonathan Piros. I'm the Skull Plan Coordinator for New England Council. I guess just a couple points. I'll start with the second bullet here. What is the council's role in the RSA priority setting? And I think from a New England perspective, you know, we think that really the RSA priority should really be set by the council, that it's the council is driving it. And I think it's one of the few places where I think the council has a fair amount of autonomy in terms of these programs. And I guess I didn't hear a lot of conversation right away, so I would just offer a little bit about what the SCOA priority setting process looks like. And I'll be the last person to suggest that this is the right process for the Mid-Atlantic, but just maybe another way to think about this. And one of the things that we've gravitated towards over the years is putting together what we call an RSA Share Day, where we invite back active projects to give an update to our industry advisors and to our technical group and to our plan development team. And I think that's really a way to kind of encourage a feedback loop and to kick off a priority setting process to understand where we're at with projects that have already been funded and think about the next steps and the direction future priorities should go. And then from there, most of the work gets done by our technical group, and then it feeds through our committee process into the council. And I think this process is okay. I think it's one where we could certainly make some improvements. I think we tend to get bogged down in Robert's rules, and so once the list gets created, in my opinion, we don't see a lot of change after it leaves our technical group pretty early in the process. And so I'd encourage you to think about ways that you can have input throughout in every step of the way, and so that public can feel like they can make a change and move the dial a little bit. But I wanted to offer that as just another way to think about this as the MID considers this program. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Peter. Peter, you there? Or not? Okay. He might have left his hand up from previously.
Peter, he's muted on his end.
Oh. Peter, can you unmute? Are you there? Well, let's move on then. Any other thoughts or discussion about how the research needs should be developed and prioritized? What about the idea we heard from this morning's discussion that the research should be linked to a specific need, and have some utility or applied utility to a management need? Is that incorporated into this process? Emerson?
Yes, thank you. I had my hand up before you posed that question.
Okay.
But yes, I would support that, looking at two particular needs. And I had my hand up to mention two things. One is something that Peter Defer mentioned, that we should include the fishing industry in setting priorities. It should be included somewhere in the process. And I also mentioned in my presentation that priorities tended, from my perspective, would carried over across multiple years with a little update. And they didn't change much, and they kind of got stale. And I guess that was probably based on the council's 5-year research plan, right? So that those carried across for 5 years. But I think we need to be a little bit more dynamic in that and respond to needs needs and priorities as they come up. Thank you.
So Emerson, I'm going to ask you, what would that look like to be more dynamic than basing it on the 5-year plan? Do you have an example?
I guess through a process that includes, and something that I think was Jonathan mentioned, the ability to change those priorities as it goes through whatever process it's going to go through, so that they can be modified through committee process, council process, AP input, however we develop it. I don't have a clear structure in mind right now, but I'm sure we can develop one.
Okay. Matt, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I do, Andy. Thank you. just wanted to pose a question, offer some input from a staff perspective here, where, you know, combining what Emerson had to say about involving industry as well as what Jonathan had to say, how the New England Council deals with these things. You know, the Mid-Atlantic Council, we have our advisory panels, which every year develop fishery performance reports. And one of the tasks within developing those reports are to provide research recommendations. And similarly, many of those research recommendations are kind of tied to the council's five-year research plan. But I think it's a great venue to kind of, you know, stimulate more conversation on some of the research topics and needs that we may want to look forward to. And I'm curious if that kind of lines up with what Emerson and Jonathan had been saying about having this, you know, continued iterative process of dealing with industry and different aspects of things like that. I know that the APs are obviously public meetings, so anyone can participate, and we obviously don't want to exclude people from offering input on research needs. So I don't know, thinking that may be a good place to also start, just kind of see if that lines in with what they were thinking. Thank you.
Emerson, do you have any response to that, or is that along the lines of what you were thinking?
Yes, that was along the lines of what I was thinking. I think that's a good starting place.
Okay. Paul.
Thank you, Paul Rago here. I think just to Emerson's point about topics that might arise on a sort of an immediate basis, you know, examples might be if a management action is planning to, say, increase the size limit, you know, you might anticipate an increase in discards, and so that might motivate some research along those lines. Similarly, if a fishery moves or opens up in a new area, such as say scallop management does, you know, research on particular bycatch species that might not have been previously anticipated. So I think there are quite a few things where a timely response to management actions, either recent or anticipated, could be of strong value. Thank you.
So Paul, could I paraphrase that kind of by saying that whenever the council takes a management action, that they try to anticipate and identify research needs?
Yeah, I think that would be a direct translation of what I said. So yeah, to the extent that there's, and in listening to discussions, these things are oftentimes discussed at the council and certainly at the technical committee floor when those things are anticipated or presented. So teeing off future research needs from that process would definitely be of value. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Paul. Any other thoughts about identifying the research needs and prioritizing those? Ryan. Ryan? Ryan, if you're trying to speak, you're muted. Okay. Peter, are you still there? Neither one.
No, I didn't have a question.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Okay, is that Ryan?
Yes, sorry. I clicked a button and my format changed and I can't see the regular controls, so I'm not quite sure what I did. So Matt, you may need to mute me when I'm done with my point until I figure it out. You know, one thing I think is something to keep in mind as part of the process is, you know, the scope of the program. Like, what's the funding potential of the program? What can you realistically expect to support with the resources that are available? And, you know, where those resources are directed, meaning, you know, certain fisheries or species. Because if it's, you know, because obviously if there's, you know, there's going to be limitations. So, you know, the more limitations there are, I think the
the more direct and focused the research priorities should be, so that you're really able to help guide the applicants to where the highest priorities are, and get the information that's most valuable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Any other thoughts on identifying and prioritizing research needs? Michelle.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, no, just I guess just a few comments on support for, some of the things I've heard. I liked what Jonathan said about sort of an RSA show day. And I think that, that type of approach is something that, has potential for the future to address some of that two-way communication, that Emerson was referring to, as well as Matt's suggestion with respect to, using the advisory panels and the fishery performance reports as an avenue to try to solicit additional industry input and, perhaps identify some of those management actions either under consideration or that have been approved that, for which we, possibly need some additional information that, an RSA that would be, for which an RSA type approach would be applicable. And maybe, that's something that, I see Brandon indicated in the chat that, there's been some changes to the 5-year research plan, in light of the revised strategic plan and, to allow for updates. And perhaps as we, think about this workshop and the next few workshops and updating that list of 5-year research priorities, sort of looking at it through the lens of a potential, reinvention of an RSA program to, identify some of those needs that could be met quite well through that type of approach. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Michelle. Pat.
Thanks, Andy. This is Pat Canfield from the Atlantic States Commission. Looking at the first bullet, wanted to emphasize sources of uncertainty that may be hindering management. Research and data needs that are identified in stock assessments are of course important, but there may be other sources of uncertainty that may be holding up the ACL setting. And so those may be covered in the council's 5-year research plan or consultation with the SSC and members of the council or council staff. But that should be in addition to the stock assessments. If there's any research that could really address a glaring uncertainty, that's something that we should prioritize. And then on the final bullet regarding short-term versus long-term projects, I would support, funding multiple projects that perhaps fail fast at low cost. So multiple low-cost projects, and if they don't work out with a year or two of funding, so be it. But if they're successful, then you seek longer-term sources of funding. But we don't want to be in a situation where we're funding high-cost projects that take multiple years to perhaps produce results.
So Pat, while we have you on the speaker, let me put you on the spot and say and ask: does the current process allow the commission and the states acting through the commission to participate effectively in these research priority settings, or is there some improvement that could be made, as you see it anyway, in that process?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Andy. There has been input from the commission, from the states, when, historically when RSA was still running. But there's probably room for improvement. Right now, it can be indirect. There are state agency scientists on SSCs, and so the input can go through that mechanism. But more recently, I know in talking with Brandon, other members of the council staff, as well as our broader NRCC partners and Northeast Region Coordinating Council, there's an enhanced level of communication on research priorities. So often those of the Commission and the Mid-Atlantic Council are pretty closely aligned for jointly managed species.
Thank you, Pat. Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks again. I forgot to say before that one of the things that we've tried to consider lately is whether or not there are other sources of funding for some of the priorities that come through the RSA. And I can give an example where we had ocean acidification and the impacts of ocean acidification on our list for a couple of years. And I think it became pretty clear that there's other sources of funding for that. And so I think having a conversation about whether or not there's existing NOAA programs or other competitive grant programs that may be able to fund a certain topic is one to think about when you're putting together the priority list. So just want to add that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Pat, you still have your hand up, or is that a new hand?
Sorry, that's a leftover.
Okay. Any other thoughts about this? Let me throw in something that I had read, and truthfully, I cannot remember where I read this. But there was some concern about the fact that, and I don't know what occurrences may have happened in the past, but the Northeast Fisheries Science Center director makes the final project selections. I think there's some concern that maybe in the past those didn't reflect some of the recommendations of the council. Does anybody have any either knowledge or input? I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but is that an issue or is that a non-issue? Everybody's silent on it. Is everybody okay with that continuing to be part of the final part of the process? Ryan?
Thank
This
you.
is being recorded, by the way.
Good to know. Just on behalf of John Hare, he really is looking to the outcome of the review process. So that's his priority. How did this relate to the management panel recommendations and the technical reviews? And the technical things don't always line up. So the projects that folks think would have liked to see funded, that's not what happens. But that is John's priority and what the decisions are based on.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? So let me kind of recap what I've been hearing. The current process is where the council's SSC ranks the research priorities based on the 5-year plan, and then identifies the top 10 research and management needs. What I've heard that potentially to improve this is that there should be some interaction with the fishing community from the beginning to identify research needs, and perhaps the council's AP process helps to provide that avenue to improve that interaction. I've heard the suggestion that there should be like an RSA share day where the researchers come and provide feedback and so forth on both their current research and what future needs may be. Heard a couple of times tie the research to a specific need, so it must be identified as a specific need and answering a management question. And then, let's see, I've also heard that there was a suggestion that whenever the council itself takes management action, that they anticipate and identify research needs as part of that process, and that could potentially help to identify research needs that aren't perhaps in that 5-year plan, but that have come up, in the course of taking a management action. Also heard that there should be some identification of other sources of potential funding that could be used for projects outside of the RSA. So maybe that's part of the proposal process. And then I also heard that in terms of implementation, that funding should not be awarded in a bulk amount, but should be perhaps provided on a milestone basis. So did I capture anything? Everything? Did I miss anything that people had wanted to incorporate into the recommendations for identifying research needs in the future? Let's see, Eleanor and then Paul.
Yeah, I know part of them when they used to use that 5-year plan, those topics were so broad, and if you tried to answer any of them, you couldn't do it through the RSA program itself. There would not be sufficient funds. So we need to think about how the RSAs, how you plan to fund the projects and how much money they'll be limited to, and that might limit the scope of what research can be done. So you need to really tie them all together.
Great, thanks, Eleanor. Paul?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to comment on Pat Kempfield's comment about the low-cost, fail-fast option. I think there's another category in there as well, and those are the high-cost, can't tell for a couple years type projects, and those specifically tend to be survey-type projects. So you don't know after 1 year whether or not it's going to successfully produce results. However, they could be extremely valuable in the long run. And so I think, the Mid-Atlantic RSA did have a couple examples like that where it wasn't clear at the end of, say, a few years whether they would have some durable value. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Eleanor, you got your hand up again, or is that left over?
Sorry, left over.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts? We're just about at the point where we want to move on to the next topic item for this afternoon. Any thoughts from the public on this particular item? No? Okay, great. I think that was some very good discussion. Let's move on to the next item, and that is actually identifying criteria that should be used to evaluate both the applicants and research proposals. And so right now, I think Matt is pulling up the criteria that is currently used for this. Okay, he's got it up there. So the RSA program goal is to support robust scientific research that informs important resource and management needs. That's the goal. And technical merit and importance of the fishery management is one of the aspects look for in the proposals and in the applicants themselves. So the people who were eligible were vessels that held a federal scallop or federal herring permit, or limited access monkfish permits, and the permits would change for the Mid-Atlantic species. Review panels are developed by NOAA Fisheries to include council staff and members, advisory panel members, GARFO staff, and New England Northeast Fisheries Science Center staff. So the factors used to evaluate and score the proposals: importance or relevance and applicability of the proposed project, technical and scientific merit, overall qualifications of the project costs, and then outreach and education. So that's the criteria that were used for evaluating RSA applicants and research projects. Before we move on to the next slide or the next set of questions to get you thinking, does anybody have any particular comments about what part of this process either worked very well or conversely did not work and perhaps should be revamped? Peter, that didn't take you long.
Yeah, it didn't take me long because it's something I've been thinking about for quite some time. I don't think that in any of our materials we have specifically and sufficiently indicated that we expect a testable hypothesis, which is not rocket science, but a research proposal, no matter how applied or pure it is, has to have a testable hypothesis. And I know Emerson's always did, and it was always clear that a proposal that comes in with one is always a better proposal, but it needs to be, I think we need to state in there, got to have a testable hypothesis. And then the other thing about the project cost that's always given me a bit of a head scratching, both from this side of the table and from the proposal writers side of the table, having written proposals that go through NOAA or any other federal agency, is specifically what that means by the cost, what is meant by the cost. And some agencies indicate nothing over a certain dollar amount will be funded. So you have to keep your costs between X and Y. And that's we have to have one. I think we'd be better off having one of those two criteria than just saying we're going to estimate your project costs in comparison to the activities that are being conducted.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
That does.
I mean, you've written proposals, so you know what I'm talking about.
Right, right. James, before I go to you, I would like to see if there's any other, the panelists have a comment right now.
Yeah, this is Judy Weiss. I have a comment about this cost numbers because if there's overhead costs added in. So would this number that you would be looking for be the basic number that the research directly costs, or would it include the indirect costs, which can sometimes be almost as high as the direct costs?
Peter, I think that's a question for you. Peter, are you there? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that needs to be spelled out. I think Judy's exactly right. I mean, it needs to be specific in the discussion of costs. That costs cannot be anything more than, $250,000 excluding or including. And part of that has to do with NIMS guidelines and what they will and will not pay. Because those of us who've done this with multiple federal agencies know that it varies like mad.
Great. Thank you. Ryan?
Thank you. There is no cap on a budget limit for any of the RSA programs, at least as of yet. And when applicants submit proposals, I think I put it in the chat, or at least a part of it, there's direction on how they're supposed to present their budget. And we need to know the full cost of the project. So, the research, the overhead, the portion that's going to be retained by their fishing industry partners. So it's the total amount, because that's going to be based on, that's the information we need to make the award.
Okay. Peter, is your hand up again?
No, I hope not.
Okay, I see it up. Any other input from the panelists? We'll go to James.
We need to try something different. Since 2002, there's been a proposal in, and as long as it has to go through NOAA, National Marine Fisheries, whoever, the Science Center, the fix has to be in. From the industry standpoint, we can't get what we need done because most of us aren't willing to go in for the fix. I've helped fill out 44 grant proposals and stuff that go through the same type of affair that you're laying out. 4 of them didn't have my name on it. I guess you can figure out which 4 got funded. But this thing has got to be changed that there is no way that the fix can be in. Because Garfo, the Center, National Marine Fisheries, NOAA, it is just frustrating to sit here knowing how it works and y'all talking about doing exactly the same thing. Just either fix it differently than a review agency outside of the country that has nothing to do with our governmental system can review it. Japan, Russia, Germany, I don't give a happy. But as long as it has to go through Garfo, NOAA, National Marine Fisheries, there is no credibility. And you will find every fisherman to tell you exactly the same thing. And I thank you. I hate to be negative. I had hoped that this was going to go a different direction. But frustration is building as I listen to the system that you're building. You're building it right back the same way, and I am sorry that it's going that way. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, James. I will remind you that there's no decisions being made on this call or on this meeting, but the in-person meeting in November will be pulling together all the information and making some recommendations based on that. Previously, Peter, I meant Peter Hughes, actually. You had your hand up.
I do. Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate here. I'm very appreciative of the presentations here today, and that RSA is being revisited by the Mid-Atlantic Council. One thing that I would like to offer that I don't see on this slide is that although technical reviews of RSA projects are very important, the management reviews of those projects are just as important, if not a little more important, in the sense that the fishery itself knows what it needs, even though there might be multiple priorities that a project hits on. They might not necessarily be the priorities of the fisheries themselves. So they technically score very well, but in application, they're not really what the fishery needs. And we've seen that in the past with some of the scallop RSA. And I think that we've tweaked it now to so that RSA projects that aren't funded, there's actually some critique of those projects identifying why it is that they were not funded. So management review in this process in the fishery that the RSA project is going to be attributed to is actually hugely important, and I for one believe it should be a part of this slide. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Peter. Any other thoughts or comments on how proposals and applicants should be prioritized and evaluated? Tony.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Peter Hughes just made a very, very important point that I really think should be emphasized. I know when we review proposals down here for the restoration of the Gulf of Mexico, when we don't approve a project, we let the research to know why and where we think it might have been lacking and where they could have improved it. And so I think Peter Hughes' suggestion is a very, very important one and should be paid attention to very carefully. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Any other thoughts? See, Emerson.
Yes, thank you. So are you looking now for suggestions on what criteria should be used when moving forward, or just comment on the list of what's here? I guess my question
No.
is there another slide that's going to say, what are the potential criteria to use in the future, or are you looking for that input now? Thank you.
No, we're looking for that input right now.
Then I would suggest in here some of the things that I mentioned in my presentation, that there should be industry input into evaluating the applicants and the proposals. I also think that proposals should, or PI should have an industry partner, whether that's required or if it's just given a higher ranking. But I think it's important that PIs identify right from the start an industry partner.
Okay.
Thank you.
So made part of the scoring criteria or something of that nature.
Either part of the scoring or just a requirement that they have an industry partner.
Okay. Thank you, Emerson. Dewey?
Yeah, I just trying to read over this stuff and ask the question, is some of this research priority, should it be focused on what, one, we got different species, two, you have the fisheries, and the fishermen might think of something that's needed for that particular fishery, and then you also have what would be needed for the stock assessment. And it seems like that maybe it's two different things. It could be.
Oh, they are.
And so how does that work in the grading or bringing something forth when we look at the different things for research and for the council? Is I guess I'm kind of rambling on, but I'm just curious how that works. Thank you.
Currently, Dewey, the technical merit and then the importance to fishery management are key aspects of proposals. And I think what you're talking about, the stock assessment component, would fall under that importance to fishery management, if I'm not mistaken. Does anybody disagree with that interpretation? Okay. Does that answer it, Dewey?
Yeah, I'll try to get my thoughts a little bit better next time. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. We got Peter and then Jonathan.
Yeah.
Peter Defer.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to echo and support what Emerson thought about requiring an industry partner. If that's what the program is about, which is what my impression and understanding, that's what I thought we should have been doing all along. It needs to be a required element without which you don't even get your proposal read. You must, when there are partners required, there are partners required, and we wouldn't be the only ones that have such a requirement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Jonathan?
Just wanted to say that one area where I think the council can have more influence in the selection process is through the ranking of priorities. And I think that this might get at some of the points Dewey was making, that if you really want research to support stock assessments, then in our process, you'd make that the highest priority. And the agency is looking at the council's prioritization in its final selection. So in a case when projects have similar scores, it's my understanding that the agency and John Hare will look at what the council wants most in that list. And so I think that sort of bridges the last couple of topics here in terms of the criteria, because you can get all the way to the end, and then I think you really want your council to have as much say as possible in what the final selection is. So I would just encourage you to think about that as you develop the program. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Kate?
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. This is related to what Dewey was just saying. I'm wondering if there's a distinction, well, or just saying importance to fisheries management is pretty broad, and the previous speaker just mentioned, do we want the results to be specifically applicable to stock assessment? But I'm thinking about certain, say, gear configurations or other kinds of research that, as Dewey was putting it, might be important to the fishery, but it's, and in the end, relevant to stock assessment. But to me, that's kind of a, not a stretch, but just kind of more vague. And so I think what Dewey was asking, and Dewey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but because I was wondering the same thing, is there a difference in weighting of projects or scoring of projects that are relevant to stock assessments versus maybe contribute to efficiency of the fishery or reducing bycatch? Or does that make any sense? I guess it's like further defining what does importance to fisheries management mean when evaluating projects.
Dewey, do you have a response to that? Does that?
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I was talking about, because I almost see it as a couple different things here. As partners in this stuff, industry, the council, and Garfo, each individual crowd might have a difference of what a priority need is. And one of the priority needs that I think is evaluation of how to reduce discards in whatever shape or form, or anything that could turn that into landings. And maybe I'm getting too specific, but I almost think it appears like there's kind of three different competing interests here, based on the where you sit or where you choose to be at, or what industry you're in.
Okay. Thanks, Dewey. Jonathan, do you have your hand up again, or is that from previously?
That was from before, but if I could just make one comment, I would just encourage, however this process looks when you're done, I think this is really the place where councils can have the most say in the outcome of RSA selection. Not knowing who will submit proposals, not knowing how much funds will be available, but a lot of this decision making, in my opinion, lives inside the agency. And so crafting a process for setting up the priorities is really a place where you can insert a lot of influence in an RSA program, and hope that's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Emily?
Thanks. Yeah, I would back up some of what Jonathan said. I think that when it comes, Jonathan's brought up a few good points about how the scallop research priority settings go. And oftentimes they are prioritizing very specifically to say level 1 goals, level 2 goals, level 3 and beyond. And there's a lot of discussion in that happens at the council level, at the I know we've talked about this, but at the AP level, at the in this case, monitoring committee level. And that is all incorporated into this process that sort of provides NIMPs when any decision making is happening over various proposals, the goals that they need, and the sort of outlook that they should be having to focus around what's the most important priority research that needs to happen. So I was around for RSA in the Mid-Atlantic, but I was a newbie. I've been here for 14 years and that program was going on and I was doing more of a support staff role. So I'm not sure how all of those decisions were made at the time, but really prioritizing what projects are top level, medium level, lower level is very helpful through the entire process for people. So I'll leave it at that. And hopefully I'm not just repeating things other people said, but I wanted to put my word in.
Great, thank you. Ryan.
Thank you. Just briefly, there's been several good points. The management panel is hugely influential in the project selections. That's why, we, at least with the New England programs, we really strive to get a diversity of, hats at the table, including, technical folks like Jonathan, folks from the advisory panel, fishermen, fishing industry representatives. I'll say it can be a challenge getting industry participation just because their schedules don't line up with it, and it is a considerable lift asking someone to review a bunch of proposals. So, but I just want to say that discussion is very important in assessing the relative importance of those projects to what the management needs are. The technical reviewers are also instructed to consider the management relevance and also the research priorities that are established by the council. I mean, that's the baseline, and then if there's different levels of importance within that list, that's also part of the consideration when we get time to making selections.
Great. Thank you. Jonathan, is your hand up again, or is that from before? Thank you. Any other thoughts on how both the proposals and applicants should be evaluated, criteria? Mark.
Thanks. I wanted to kind of circle back to comments we made this morning about criteria and how to gauge that. And it has to come back to this notion of a value proposition. So a lot of the proposal evaluations tend to deal with kind of vague propositions about what the benefits are of conducting the research. And it's very difficult to really compare, should I fund project A versus project B based on, we're going to do this good work and it's going to be a positive effect on the stock assessment or on the management alternative based on some, pretty general concepts. When you're really trying to ask, what's the value proposition for making the investment of $100,000 on the scientific uncertainty on the stock assessment for Loligo, right? So, what is the consequence of making this investment on a stock assessment? Will it impact the advice of the next setting of the ABC to the council by the SSC? Conversely, will it affect the project affect the management uncertainty? Will it allow changes in the regulatory program that will allow more fish to be retained on deck and improve the quality of the revenue stream for fishermen? Under what time period is it going to? Research take several years before this has some consequence, because that'll affect the value proposition. Because money today is worth different than money in the future. So the point is, when you're trying to evaluate the value of research, it affects either management uncertainty, scientific uncertainty, but if it's only vague and it's not really put into the form of a performance measure, we intend to do research on gear to have some consequence on X over some period of time, Y. These vague propositions are very, very difficult to evaluate and give feedback to the council and to the reviewers about the worth of this project A versus the worth of this project B. And so the more specific and the more rigorous you can ask PIs to spell out what they hope to achieve, I think the better off you'll be in making the best use of the limited amount of funds that the council has to spend on their research.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any other general thoughts? I'd like to circle back to a few questions. Mark mentioned some discussion this morning. I want to get some specificity to some of those items that were brought up. I believe James actually brought up in his comments this morning that vessels should hold a federal permit. Is that, and I believe that's currently the way it's done in New England, if I'm not mistaken. Is that something that should be incorporated into the criteria for evaluating proposals, that an industry vessel participating in this should have a federal permit? Maybe I should ask the question is, does anybody disagree with that it should be open up to anybody? Any thoughts on that? Dewey?
Yeah, I thought that Mr. Fletcher said operator's permit. I didn't know he said a federal permit. I thought it was an operator's permit. Maybe somebody can correct me if I heard different. Thank you.
James, what did you say, an operator's permit or a federal permit? He might not be on board or here anymore. Well, then we'll move to, let's see, Maureen.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that when we say that the vessel has to hold a federal permit, that would eliminate all of the state licensed fishermen. Is that what is this what the thought that we're trying to get across in this?
Well, it's open right now, and of course, as Dewey pointed out, there's not now, James may have said an operator permit, so it's open for discussion. An
operator permit, the one that isn't that a federal permit as well? I mean, we do have obviously permitted fishermen within state waters in New York, but I would just be concerned if we were to just sort of eliminate the participation of state vessels or research vessels in the RSA program. I would be concerned with that.
Okay. Emily.
Thanks. Yeah, so what we're talking about here when we're talking about a federal research set-aside program is allowing exemptions from the Magnuson Act for people who are permitted to do fishing compensation for RSA, right? So I think there are two questions at hand here. The first is, who is involved in the research aspect of whatever projects are approved through RSA? When we're talking about who can do the compensation fishing in federal waters, and collect that, this hinges, of course, upon who has a federal permit, not just in terms of what our regulations require at their core, but also in terms of monitoring and being able to track this information. So I think that, okay, so I also realize that maybe state-only vessels have participated in comp fishing in the past, but they're also permitted for those species. So I think I'm confused at the question overall, but certainly someone has to have a permit for these initial discussions. We'll start with that.
Right. Currently, vessels that hold a federal scallop or herring permit or limited access monkfish permit, as I read the slide that's up there right now, would indicate a federal permit.
Correct.
Sean, you can bring some clarity to this, maybe?
Yeah, I just say not all research, is done in the federal waters, because like it is an LMA 6 research project for lobster or studying vents or season closures, then it's going to be mostly state-only people that would be fishing up there that would benefit. It would also be the most capable of assisting in doing the research. But an operator's card, anyone can get. Federal fishing permits, no one new can get. It's only people that currently have them or buy an existing one. So that's more restrictive on people that wanted to participate in fishing.
Thank you, Sean. Eleanor?
Yes, I don't think you should eliminate the state permitted boats because they are catching Mid-Atlantic species, and you want to use some of those boats for your research. For example, if you're doing a recreational project, you want to look at what the catches are in the industry, say for hire, which would have some type of permit, but most likely they'd have a state one because they're only fishing in state waters, and you may need to understand that research as well as what's done offshore. So you would be eliminating any of the type of research that would be done inshore unless you could find an offshore vessel who wanted to fish in state waters. So I think I would leave it more broad and just include permitted vessels, whether they're state or federally permitted.
Okay. Thanks, Eleanor. I'm going to go to Todd Smith.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't think the fact of a boat having a federal permit versus a state permit is really a gigantic issue. I think it's more important that we have a firm grasp on the number of vessels that are in a particular project. And more importantly, from an enforcement standpoint, we have, a commensurate number of enforcement personnel or resources or admin staff to be able to effectively work a project based on the number of boats. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Maureen, is your hand up again, or is that from previously?
Sorry, I'm trying to put my hand down.
Okay. Okay, so I'm hearing that most people are saying it would potentially not be so restrictive to a federal permit for eligible vessels. Emily?
Thanks. I know I have to put my hand down after this, and I'm going to try to remember that. I think that we'll keep discussions open with this point, right? And I know that in the Mid-Atlantic, what we did in the past is different than what we've done in New England. I think there are some monitoring concerns that we had in the past with RSA that we would need to talk through a bit more during these workshops to figure out the best way to address all of this. I understand the commission and the state's interest in being involved when quota it might be maybe taken off the top to do this research. So I hear that loud and clear. I also know that when we get to the enforcement portion of this workshop, and thank you for the previous OLE input, but we'll have to have more conversations to get to a good place to figure out how we can make all of that work when it comes down to monitoring. So not saying no to anything, just wanted to flesh out some of my thoughts going into this, and thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's see, there's somebody on the phone who I can't identify, has their hand up. Uh, 2523. Somebody there? Okay. All right, so we got quite a bit of input on that, and it sounds like there needs to be some more discussion probably at the in-person workshop about that, but it seems like the consensus is to keep the eligibility for vessels participating in this a little bit more open than just the federal permit holders, at least for the time being.
Yep, I'm sorry, I was a little late hitting the button there. Robert Rule, I had a quick question on this.
Yep, go ahead, Robert.
We're talking about I'm a little confused. We're talking about, permitting for either federal permit or operating permit for vessels. Is that for the ability to purchase RSA quota in the auction, or is it for vessels doing the work? Because I, personally, from looking at the different scopes and types of projects that the RSA has funded over the years, they really, unless there's a requirement for offsetting the cost of the project by fish sales or retaining the fish, it's kind of on a case by case basis on the specific vessel requirements. I mean, I'm a little confused on to exactly what we're trying to nail down on this.
Yeah, I think it's again. I think we potentially have identified an area that needs to be explored a little bit further, particularly in the workshop about that. So I'm not quite sure how to answer your question, Robert. Other than that, we will be discussing it some more. I want to bring up another topic that actually Eleanor, I don't know if she meant to or not, but she brought it up. But there has been a question in the past: should both the recreational and commercial fishermen be able to participate in RSAs? Might be opening a can of worms here, but what are your thoughts on that? Eleanor, since you kind of brought the subject up, I'm going to turn to you and see what you have to say. Is Eleanor not there? All right, I'm going to turn to Tony since he's got his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Yes, I think that there should be an opportunity for the recreational fishermen, particularly the for-hire fleet, to be able to participate. My only concern is if we end up with an auction again, I'm concerned with I guess we'll say the haves and the have-nots as far as being able to access the resources concerned. And so I think we should include particularly the for-hire fleet. Perhaps, I don't know how you would do it for the private recreational fleet, but the for-hire fleet should be able to access some RSA research funds. I just have to caution us to, when we structure that, to do it in such a way that it doesn't, again, create this have and have-not situation amongst the for-hire fleet. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Emily?
Thank you. I think as we continue to talk about this, there are so many different levels of involvement that we could do. What we know is that we don't want to repeat what happened before. And so I think that's what's going to be helpful for this panel moving forward, is to sort of flesh out first the bottom line goal of what we want the RSA program to obtain if we bring it back to the mid, and then figure out the first steps into bringing it back, and then figure out the additional steps once we have a good handle. I am, and this is personal for me, knowing the history, concerned about jumping full bore into a program that didn't work in the past because of various reasons, and not making sure that we discuss through these workshops all of the additional goals and interests that everyone has in the program. So thank you for letting me speak to that. I think that much more will come out of this over the next few months. And I just want people to keep in mind that this can be a building block program where we build more things in as they're appropriate and as we feel like we have a handle on them that we feel like we lost the last time. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts on this? Yes, Jan.
Oh, hi. This morning I actually represented the economic working group and suggested that include data sharing and management plan as part of the proposal evaluation process. Yeah, I understand if the revised RSA program will continue, it's likely going to adopt the NOAA data sharing and management plan. But there's a requirement for data sharing and management plan, but there's no how to say it, if the data sharing and management plan stated some of the data cannot be shared, for example, there's no evaluation on whether that request is reasonable or not, and how the reviewers may value they're thinking about the data sharing plan into the evaluation process. So that's something I hope that you know, in the future that can be considered. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Dan, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to agree with Emily that there are so many levels of involvement with RSA, and I am really going to sort of stand down with a lot of questions, hoping that my questions get answered in the second and third sessions, because I'm listening to folks talk about involvement by vessels with federal or state permits. To me, it sounds like some of us are thinking about vessels conducting research, when clearly others in this conversation are talking about vessels that in the old system simply bought fish at auction. And so there's a lot of confusion about what we're talking about here. And I think part of it is caused by the fact that the ground rules set early on was not to tell war stories. But I think and hopefully in the next couple of sessions, there may be some more time for war stories, because I'm not really sure of like what the pitfalls have been. I understand some of them. I don't have a full handle on all of them. So I think this is a really confusing program in its entirety, because there are some vessels that are going out with clearly identified research activities, and there's other boats simply buying quarter at auction. So I'll stand down and hope that it becomes clearer through this discussion.
Great. Thank you very much for those comments, Dan. Let's see, Robert, is that your hand again?
Yes, it is. Now, I just wanted to comment real quick on the accessibility of the RSA by for hire and private anglers. Certainly, I mean, they should definitely have access to be able to buy RSA set aside. I think one of the things that you need to maintain or need to be that wasn't really.
Robert, you broke up.
Why not send me a picture of yourself?
No, I think it's something that is definitely very viable, but you need to kind of mitigate the lot sizes. Because in the past, I know the sheer volume to a particular lot on a fish would discourage recreational for hire, just because of the amount of fish they would have to purchase, even though they did have the ability to sell it off. It's still kind of a, it was a pretty solid investment on their part to do it. But no, I'm all for having open accessibility to everybody, for the ability to purchase the RSA, but there's a couple other things that I think that definitely need to be polished up and reworked. If the RSA is to go forward, but I don't, we'll get into that later. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Robert. Let's see. Jan and Dan, do you have your hands up from previously, or are those new?
I just look at it.
Okay. There's good discussion on that, and clearly we need to have, this is an area that needs to be explored a little bit more, or quite a bit more probably, and but we've got some starting points now. A couple other items keeping an eye on the clock that came up either this morning or through the presentations regarding how the proposal should be evaluated. And there was quite a bit of discussion this morning about how conflicts of interest among the applicants should be addressed and defined in a couple of solutions. I think there was in one of the presentations that took place that somebody said that people should identify who they've worked with or collaborated with in previous research programs and not. Should that be some component of the evaluation process for proposals? Ryan?
On this point, we in the RFP or the Notice of Funding Opportunity, we request that applicants identify, partners, and particularly if those partners, there's an expectation that they're going to be working with them if the project's supported. We ask that they differentiate that with partners they've worked with in the past to try to, ensure that we have a healthy pool of, particularly the fishing industry, available to support with a review process. We found that,
if applicants simply list everybody they've always partnered with in the past, and don't distinguish whether there's an expectation to work with them going forward, that can create a conflict of interest issue, which was essentially excluding, most of the fishery sectors we were interested in getting review support from the review process. So just to let folks know that we encourage them to identify industry partners, but distinguish whether they're going to be planning to work with them or their partners from previous experience.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts about how the conflicts of interest should be incorporated into the review and evaluation process? So, Olaf, I missed your comment that you just typed in. Can you chime in on that?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was just trying to avoid disrupting there, but yeah, I had made that comment before, and I was referring to the National Science Foundation, which requires that each proposal come with a list of past collaborators for any of the principal investigators involved in the proposal. And that's just another way of ensuring that none of those people end up serving as reviewers for the proposal.
Okay.
The other way to do it is to ask the reviewers to recuse themselves, and NSF just does it both ways to really make sure that people don't end up reviewing proposals for people that they've worked with recently in the past.
Okay, thank you. So NSF protocols. Okay. Let's see, Michelle?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I just building on what Olaf said. I mean, that he had mentioned that before, and I certainly like that approach, as well as it was mentioned in, when the SSC briefing, and I think Garrett had mentioned this, but development of a policy at the council level is another way to, I think, be doubly sure that any real or perceived conflicts of interest are addressed. So it sounds like, that sounds very similar to how NSF, does it, not just a list of past collaborators, but also, requiring, recusals and filling out of a conflict of interest form, just to, be absolutely transparent and certain that there are none of those. And it sounds like, at least from what I've read about the past concerns when the program was active before, that something along those lines, a council policy, and sort of following an NSF type of process, in addition to what Ryan's outlined, would be ways to address, these conflicts of interest at multiple levels, depending on, how and if a process would be structured for resuming RSA.
Great, thanks, Michelle. Peter Hughes?
Thank you. Good afternoon again. The only thing I'd restate or clearly state is that the conflict of interest is a little discerning to me, in the sense that say that we're going to say that the Squid Mackerel Butterfish Committee has laid down some priorities for a black sea bass study that somebody spoke of earlier today. And you would think that the people that are participants in that fishery would be the ideal individuals to participate in the management review. But that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. It may not be people that are black sea bass fisher people who are in the management review. It could be people in a completely different fishery who are reviewing the management priorities in a fishery that they're completely unfamiliar with, and aren't intimately familiar with the fishery, as are those people that participate in it. So I do have some concerns there. I certainly wouldn't want the skate fishery on the management review for black sea bass. That just inherently doesn't make much sense. And I think that that's something that we have to have a larger conversation around in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Peter. Any other thoughts about this topic? There's one other thing I think we need to address before we adjourn for a break here in a little bit, and that was something that came up this morning about pre-proposals. I heard a little bit from both the pro and the con side. Some people, there were some thoughts that pre-proposals might be beneficial, but then there was a comment that the number of proposals that have historically been received in this program in the past have been so small that pre-proposals might be, let's see, let's call it an additional burden. What do people feel about if a process is redeveloped? How do you feel about requiring that pre-proposals be submitted and from that full proposals be solicited, or should that step be skipped? Tony?
Thank you. Yeah, I strongly support the concept of a pre-proposal. Again, going back to my experience on this Gulf of Mexico restoration work I worked with the University of South Florida, we find that it's very, very helpful to the researchers if they could just put in a few pages on a pre-proposal for review by the committee, and then the committee could then review that and then encourage the researcher to submit a full proposal or discourage them. You don't want a researcher to jump through a bunch of hoops, put together an entire proposal for something that the committee would not want to be funding in the first place. And so I think the pre-proposal is very important, both for the committee to see how folks are thinking and also for the researchers to save them a lot of trouble should the concept that they're trying to propose is not one that the committee agrees with. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Olaf?
Yeah, Andy, you'd mentioned that the low number of submissions might be a reason not to have a pre-proposal. And I think it could also be the other way around, where a pre-proposal stage might encourage more people to, more PIs to dip their toes in the water, so to speak, for the RSA program. Since they don't have to commit to a full proposal, they can just throw an idea out there and see if it's something that the RSA program is interested in. So maybe a way of sort of soliciting broader participation in RSA among PIs.
Great. That's a different way of thinking, a good way of thinking it. Peter Defer?
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with the idea of a pre-proposal as well as Tony described it. If memory serves, Sea Grant has used pre-proposals for a number of years, and they're really advantageous in order to let the researcher know if they've hit the target in terms of topics, because sometimes you have, there may be some question about how close to the mark you are with what you are thinking about. So I think they're a good idea.
Okay. Michelle, you had your hand up, but it's disappeared. Did you do that on purpose?
I did. I just dittoed on Tony and Olaf's comments in the chats, but thanks.
Great. Thank you. Emerson.
Yes, thank you. This morning I voiced support for three proposals, and that was before it was mentioned that they typically only receive whatever it was, 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 proposals for each call in the past. But even so, I still like the idea of pre-proposals. Put together a 2-page pre-proposal and see what kind of reception that gets by the reviewers. Also, on my team at Cornell here, we often have numerous ideas for a request for proposals, whether it's SK or if RSA gets reconstituted here. That way we could submit pre-proposals for a couple different ideas and see which one tends to rise to the top and put our efforts into that one. So yeah, I support the pre-proposal idea.
Great, thank you. Ryan?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a fair bit of experience with pre-proposals as well, and I think it does, certainly help, whittle down what, how much time is invested in preparing full proposals and reviewing full proposals. I think, with specific to the Mid-Atlantic program, perhaps it would encourage, more applicants to submit more pre-proposals than they otherwise would. That makes sense. I know it does complicate the process more for the agency. It's increasing the administrative burden of the review process, which as it stands now with RSA and grant administrative support, it's pretty lean. And not to say that can't change, but adding additional administrative work to the review process essentially is going to slow the process down, which means the process needs to get started sooner. And there's some other implications. So just some things to keep in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was some good feedback and input. It sounds like in general there's a support for pre-proposals, although the caveat, as Ryan suggested, it will increase the administrative burden and potentially slow the process down, or at least extend the length of the process. So that should be considered. I want to kind of recap some of the things I've heard under this topic item. And again, we're looking at the criteria for evaluating the proposals and the applicants. Currently, I didn't hear anybody saying that the elements in the current, or I should say in the past, process should be abandoned, but they should be built upon. And those include ideas that proposals should have a testable hypothesis involved or integrated into them, that the amount of funding that is allowable should be identified to help researchers perhaps better tailor their proposals. This should include allowable direct and indirect charges, again, to help them do it. That management should be involved in the review of the proposals. It's just as important as technical reviews. Question about should recreational and commercial both be eligible for participating in the RSA? Generally, I think there's support of it, although there was some maybe perhaps start small and integrate that or expand it out in the future. I think there's got to be a little bit more discussion on that, particularly in the in-person workshop. Question about permit holders should be addressed a little bit further in detail as we move forward. So that's going to be a topic that we'll tee up for further discussion. General support, again, for pre-proposals, although the administrative burden. And that conflict, various ideas about how to integrate into the proposal process, identifying conflicts of interest, some support for the NSF process, or at least the outline of how they handle conflicts of interest. And of course, this morning we heard that the grants.gov process does help to identify some conflicts of interest, but perhaps that could be built upon. That includes, potentially a list of past collaborators so that they don't review the proposals and so forth. And that there should be some industry involvement in the evaluation of applicants and proposals up front, and that industry participation should be required as part of the proposal process itself, should be identified. And then finally, that there should be some specific and measurable performance measures built in the proposals, and also a data sharing plan should be part of the evaluation criteria. That's what I've heard out of the discussion right now or this afternoon. Does anybody have any major heartburn or disagreements with that recap of what I captured? And by the way, I should say we also have a few council staff on this call who are also taking notes. So this is just not my my thinking, but we'll be merging notes as we go forward.
Yeah, we're up to 9 pages of notes, Andy, so don't worry.
Great. Okay. Well, great. Thanks for all the participation in this session. We're scheduled for a break right now. Let's all come back at 2:50 p.m. and we will take on the topic of criteria that should be developed for new project results and how that's reviewed and articulated to the council. So 2:50 p.m., be back on the call.
Michelle Duvall, are you still on?
I am.
This is James Fletcher.
Hey, James.
Question for you. I would like to talk to you after this or something since you're vice chair. But a thought process off the wall. Rather than giving a grant, could we take $300,000, $500,000 and have it as a reward for whoever could solve the problem? In other words, identify a problem, identify what was needed. And that way, rather than having one group in the United States or whatever, any group around the world that may have already solved the problem and we hadn't looked at could walk in, has to be repeated by three different groups, but walk in and walk away with $500,000. And the next meeting, you have not seen my proposal on how to raise the research money, have you?
No, James, I'd be happy to set up a time later. Maybe I'll just reach out to me by email and let's set up a time to chat.
Okay, fine as kind. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, James.
Okay, Matt, it looks like it's 2:50. We want to get started again?
Sounds good to me, Andy. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so the rest of this afternoon, the next session, we're going to talk about basically communication plans, what criteria should be developed for how project results will be reviewed and articulated to the council. And then we are going to wrap up this afternoon session with another 15 minutes of public comment. But, and again, you know, just as this morning, we'll make sure that happens whether we're running overtime or not, but hopefully we won't run overtime. So Matt, can you pull up the next slide? So currently the process for how project results were reviewed and communicated were mainly consisted of progress reports and final reports. So a progress report was required every 6 months and a final report within 90 days of the conclusion of the grant. Final reports detailed the research effort, the analysis, and the conclusions. The reports underwent a final technical review to ensure that the results were technically sound and all objectives of the project had been met. And then all final reports were made available to the council and the general public. So, you know, again, we begin with the question about, are these components still valid? Should something be removed? Or more importantly, or perhaps just as importantly, what more can be added to make the research results better for the council and for management purposes? Tony.
Thank you. Yeah, as I had mentioned earlier today, I would definitely encourage you. I like everything that's on the screen here. Let me just say that I think a progress report is very important, and I would tie the release of some of the funding to the progress reports. I wouldn't, again, release all the funding up front right away, but rather I would attach release of some of those funds to the progress reports. But I think it's a good way to go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Mark.
You know, it seems obvious, but and just hearing this, I think there needs to be a stronger linkage, feedback loop, communication loop back to the SSC. In the earlier session, you talked about how research priorities get fed up to the RSA decision process, but there's really never been a formal feedback loop on a routine basis about the RSA results and how they report out back formally to the SSC. That might be a very helpful event to take place.
Okay, thank you. Michelle?
Yeah, I agree with you know, both Tony and Mark, and I guess just bringing back some of the other things that were mentioned previously, but I think, you know, Jonathan and Matt with respect to, you know, communication, you know, with the industry and maybe to the committee, and some of the things I've seen regarding, you know, just the role of the New England, you know, RSA committee, not necessarily suggesting that for this committee, but at least, you know, perhaps considering that, you know, completed reports or proposals, you know, are that they come before the committee or something like that. You know, Emerson mentioned being invited to you know, give a presentation to the council as well. So I'm just trying to think of other ways to, you know, ensure that there's some timely and regular communication with the council as well as the SSC and stakeholders.
Michelle, let me follow up on something you just said, and actually you built upon what Mark had said. Should the SSC be the first point of review for the reports?
That's a great question. I don't have the history of experience that other folks, have had with this process in the Mid-Atlantic, and have just been reading in some of the briefing materials, how the SSC and the Research Steering Committee have operated in the Mid-Atlantic for review of proposals versus I think some of the previous things that were proposed for the Mid-Atlantic Council's Research Steering Committee. I think it's a good question. I don't have strong thoughts on things coming to the SSC as a first point versus this committee. I think it really depends on whether the council decides what the role of the Research Steering Committee might be in the future with respect to, review of completed proposals.
Okay, thank you. So Peter's going to give us the answer to that question, right, Peter?
Yeah, right. Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure that it should go first to the SSC, but it needs to go to the SSC, and that's a matter between NIMFS and the council at the research committee and the SSC about who gets it first. So I wouldn't presume to push this off onto the SSC. I wanted to comment on that first point about progress reports every 6 months. I'm in favor of progress reports, and I'm not in favor of killing the researcher with progress reports, because I've had grants that imposed an onerous requirement for interim or / progress reports, and they were just brutal. And you don't get anything done if you're writing reports about what you might be doing or you haven't done. So if they're going to be done every 6 months, then they have to be very carefully defined as limited in length and scope, so that we want to know where you are, what you've got done, any problems, 2 pages or something like that. Because I tell you, I remember the first time I had a Sea Grant grant, and I thought the progress reports would kill me. I was a university professor, and the problem is that you've got one institution has to run through its level of hoops, and then another institution has to run through its level of hoops. So it's not a uniformly good idea to have all those frequent progress reports. But on the matter of the SSC, I don't know that they should be the first, but I think that's a joint conversation with NIMFS, the council, and the SSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Emerson.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything that's on the slide there in terms of things that should be done. I also agree with what Peter was just saying, is that you don't want the progress reports to have to be too onerous. And my experience with prior RSA is that the progress reports really don't need to be too onerous. But anyhow, I highlighted in my presentation earlier this afternoon that there has to be better interaction between the researchers, the council, the commission, NIMFS in the states relative to communicating and using project results. And as I said earlier, that has to be a two-way process. There has to be some energy on the part of the researchers to make that happen, and there has to be some energy on the part of the council, commission, NIMFS to make that happen. In fact, I recall many years ago with one of my RSA projects, I don't remember which one, where I asked to provide a presentation to the council, and I made that request, well ahead of time. But the agenda was so busy that there wasn't time for me to make that presentation. And they said, well, maybe at a future council meeting. And then we all went on with our busy lives, and that didn't happen. So, there needs to be a concerted effort for that. And whether it's a presentation to the full council or to the Research Steering Committee or to the SSC or a joint Research Steering Committee and SSC, and then report it as a committee report to the council, that's something we're going to have to figure out as we go forward here. But I think we need to improve upon what the process was previously. And what I mentioned also earlier was that projects I've done in New England, I presented to their research steering committee, and they acted like, as a peer review for the project. So there needs to be a better concerted effort for this in terms of communicating the results. And also a discussion about how those results might be utilized in the management process or the assessment process or whatever is most appropriate. And in terms of something that Tony said before about allocating quota based on milestones, I think that's in a way kind of a good idea, but we have to be careful in terms of compensation harvest, because good times for compensation harvest may not correlate with milestones of the project, and you don't want that disjointed so that additional quota gets released to the researcher at a time, when the fishing opportunity isn't there. So I just caution against that in terms of how that's developed in the future. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Emerson. Sherry.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with what Emerson and Peter have been expounding on. I don't think that a 6-month report should be very in-depth. I think we're more interested in the progress of the project and not necessarily any sort of preliminary data analysis. My question is in the final reports, because I don't really see it here, and we just kind of touched upon it earlier, was how are they going to make the data available? If there is need for it to become available. And I really don't see that in this final report, albeit this final report slide doesn't get into the specifics of the outline expectations of the report, but I think that this is important to assure that the data is shareable. Thanks.
Right. Well, you actually stole some items I was going to bring up later on, but notes from this morning, I put under this topic actually require data sharing, data sharing policy, and a data sharing system and process. So I think that's all part of communication that hopefully will, resolve some of the issues of being able to access the information collected through these projects. Okay, see Jonathan.
Good afternoon. So when I read this slide, I think that these bullets are related to the reporting requirements of the RSA program, and I apologize if I have that wrong, but to me anyway, it looks like these are requirements that already exist. And I would just say I agree with all the points about keeping things short and to the point, and this might be more of a burden on the researchers, but in the SCALP program anyway, we've asked people to provide an additional report when they do come to a share day that's 2 or 3 pages long, and that is really intended just to hit the high notes and not be a burden for people to review ahead of the meeting. And so while I realize that's a little bit more work, I think it's been an effective tool, but it can be duplicative. And I would agree with the points that Cherie made about data sharing. I think that's been a place where the SCALP RSA has really struggled, and one where we could make some improvements. I think one of the challenges has been it's unclear who should be enforcing that data sharing arrangement, and whether that lives with the agency or with the council or someone else. But we've run into issues there, and I'm hopeful that these workshops can help provide us with a solution on that. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Ryan?
Thank you. I guess a comment on the data sharing. I agree. It is a bear of an issue to deal with, and I think in some cases there is an acute need for the actual hard data, and in other cases it's not as critical in terms of supporting how that information is going to be used. So it's a pretty complicated subject, and certainly worth, much more discussion. I know Jonathan is, working with the Scallop Survey Working Group for the New England Council, and that's a big topic of interest. Is how to manage these vast data sets so that they're accessible. There's some consistency between them. That it can be very time consuming and expensive. So it's a good topic to continue to discuss. And just to comment on this slide. These are, what the grant program requires. And, it's a very standard process with NOAA grants across the board. I think that the applicants do a good job of sticking to, what the updates are for that reporting period. It's, the intention is not for them to reiterate their objectives or all of the aspects of their project. It is intended to be a focused report on where things stand, and the near-term outlook for the project. That process also generally stays within the agency. It's not a broad group conversation or discussion. Perhaps there's ways to evolve that process if there's interest, but I would say, there can be quite a few of these reports coming in. There are relatively tight turnarounds in terms of what our goals are for processing them. And there can be a fair bit of back and forth with the applicants on clarifications or additional details. So, I'm happy to explain that process more at a point down the road, but this is a relatively standard process that stays within the agency at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Pat.
Thanks, Andy. Within the Northeast region, both councils and the commission, as well as the Science Center and GARFO, we have a long-term research initiative to feed into upcoming research track stock assessments. And I know the discussion today and right now focuses on review and communication of RSA project results specifically to the council, but just want to flag after a project is technically reviewed, and assuming, for those projects that pass muster, would ask that they move on to, the lead assessment scientists for the stock at hand, in one form or another, either the final report or perhaps a presentation to scientists involved in the assessment, simply to link back to our earlier discussion and objectives that some of these research projects should be addressing high priority assessment needs.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this proposed process? Or I shouldn't say the proposed process, but these elements right now? Or any improvements to them? Okay, I had a couple of items here that, again, kind of have their origins in some of the discussion this morning. There was kind of discussion about how do we translate the research into actual measurable management applications. Is there something in the communications plan or communications protocols that should perhaps address this better than it has in the past? Any thoughts on that? How to apply, make the research more applied to management? It's a need that needs to be developed. Emerson.
Yeah, thank you. In order to answer that, I think we need to define what it actually means for results to be, quote, used in management, right? In response to Dewey's question earlier this afternoon, I gave the example of two different conservation gear technology projects that I conducted. One up in New England that resulted in it being a designated gear type when accountability measures kick in, and the other was a Mid-Atlantic RSA project where we were very effective at reducing butterfish bycatch and releasing butterfish while the net was fishing. But it also released too much longfin squid to be practical. So that didn't get directly incorporated into management like the one in New England did. But in my mind, that was still relative because it indicated that the various bycatch reduction devices that we tested shouldn't be considered in a management approach. So again, I think we need to define what that really means. So in my mind, the second project was just as important as the first project I mentioned. Thank you.
Mark?
Thanks. So in answer to your question, I think it's not at the back end that you have to deal with, how to make this information available or turn it into management advice. It's starting at the front end in terms of when you define the project, what is your intent? How do you intend for this research to help management? And it doesn't have to be very, I think Emerson makes a very strong and important point. It's, it may not be a very specific measurable performance measure that you have. It may be trying to inform something, but the key is that it has to be transferred knowledge, right? So a lot of these RSA projects, and I think his example he gave was perfect, that it never got to see the light of day in front of a council. And so the communication plan is not just creating it, putting it in a database and saying that, we washed our hands, and it's important for the program and it's important for the industry to know that the money that was spent, that they didn't have a chance to catch, and it was set aside in research, and it resulted in a product. How is that product going to benefit the industry? How's it going to benefit the council? And if it resulted in, it made its way into an assessment, and this is how the assessment used it, or that it's ready to be used in an assessment and a research track assessment, or that the intent was, the next research track assessment for this species is 5 years away, and we're going to use the results from this RSA in 5 years. I mean, that's what makes a program valuable to people, is it's transparent, that the research money is being used in a particular way, and it's intended to, fulfill a role and a need, and it's got to be regularly communicated. There ought to be like an RSA report to the council, twice a year or on some regular basis. And one of the recommendations that we were thinking of making in this morning's report was routinely reporting on the performance of the RSA program, on what the return on investment has been. Where has the money gone? What has it produced? And what's its impact been on assessments? What's its impact been on the management objectives of the council? And that's how you get support from the industry, continued support from the industry, continued support from the council, and continued interest from researchers that their work is relevant and has value to continue in the future.
Thanks, Mark. Michelle?
Yeah, and so I was thinking along similar lines as Mark, that it's not just in terms of establishing the link to management and management needs. It's not only incumbent upon the applicant to, clearly try to state or project what they, the management need that they think is being addressed, but also put other potential management implications. Maybe there's different ways that, we can try to, elicit that information in a pre-proposal, but also that there has to be a plan on the part of the council if this program is reconstituted for, regular communication. And I think communication earlier in the process. And I apologize, this is probably a question for Ryan. And this morning seems like a long time ago when you went through your proposal, and I was just looking at the FAQs again on the website. But is there communication, like once pre-proposals are received, is there some communication back to the council about these are the pre-proposals that were received, and these are the topics that they are addressing to try to build more of that into the process. And I apologize if you already covered it this morning.
Brian, I'll go ahead and let you answer that, and then I'll go to Olaf.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, I had my hand raised because it relates to the question. And yeah, I'm going to an earlier point, the front end of the process is, as important, if not more important than the back end, in terms of, one, the applicant's understanding of the research need and presenting it in a way that's, technically sound and resonate from, for the management review. And that leads into our review process. And I think, I'm involved in several programs, and I think, we really are focused on trying to get feedback from the reviewers on the relative merits of the project, but also, comments, recommendations, suggestions on what would make the project more valuable. And I think, all of the recipients, I know certainly Emerson, we've had many conversations around making adjustments to projects in response to comments received on both parts of the review. In some cases, there's quite a bit of technical guidance that typically it's NIMS staff provide to projects. Sometimes we, enter into, a sort of partnership through a cooperative agreement with the recipient to try to, be engaged and support the work and try to make the results as useful as possible. I think we do a good job, but that's really, I think, one of the critical parts of the management review is having individuals that are reviewing it that are really familiar with the nuance of the issue and what the research, what the applicant is proposing. And I guess just on the back end as well, I think there's room for improvement. I think the New England Council has, taken steps over the years to improve the communication between the recipients and the management community. I think there's definitely examples there that would be beneficial for this committee and panel to consider. So those are just a few responses, and hopefully that answered the question.
Sorry, I was muted there. Olaf?
I just wanted to expand on a point that Mark brought up, and I think there are really 3 points where you can push PIs to define the link to management and their data sharing plan. That's in the proposal. You ask them, how is this going to be useful for management? How are you going to communicate it to management? And also, how are you going to share the data? And then in the final report, you ask them, where did you share the data? How was this used in management? And then the last one that I think hasn't been brought up yet is when PIs apply for funding another time. Many programs have a requirement that if you previously were funded under the program, that you fill out some information about how that project turned out. So if I was funded last time, when I go back, I'll be asked to say, how was my work used to support management? And that really puts a lot of pressure on the PI to make sure that they follow through on their promises. They know they're not going to be able to come back for more funding if they don't. And it also ensures that the data access promises are actually followed through on. If you know that part of your next proposal review is going to involve somebody going to the URL where you said you published your data and checking if it's there, well, you certainly do that then. So I think having it spelled out pretty clearly in those 3 places can really help hold PIs to their promises.
Emerson?
Thank you. I agree with everything that Olaf just mentioned. However, what I had said earlier in my presentation, that communication and interaction has to be a two-way process. A PI can lay out a very extensive plan about how they're going to communicate results, interact with the council, interact with assessment, and so forth. But if there isn't, but if the council, for instance, right, or the assessment process doesn't have an opportunity to allow the PI to do that, then how is the PI supposed to accomplish that? It's got to be a two-way street on this. It's got to work both ways. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Emerson. Let's see, Emily.
I appreciate Olaf and Emerson's comments. I feel like we have two things going here, right? Which is making sure that your research is out there and discussed with the wider group, which, as Jonathan Peros has mentioned, in New England, we've done RSA share days for scallops. That's one avenue. The bigger avenue that I can't always comment on, and I don't know if there's anyone from the center here, and I know it's a very complicated system on how any new information will be involved in assessment work, right? Like that is not something that is easily translated, but I think one very easy benefit of the RSA program is at least presenting the information that has come out of it to those that are interested so they can get some feedback in terms of how approved projects have been going and what the results are. So just to say, I appreciate what everyone is saying. And I think there are some ways, some low-hanging fruit here that we could take advantage of in terms of making sure that people feel like that information that we support through RSA is being carried through the management process and at least shared.
Great, thank you. See, Olaf, your hand, is that up from previously?
Yes, sorry.
Yep, okay, Paul.
Hang on, I'm just trying to unmute. There we go. Thanks. Yeah, I think one of the key points that has been raised is the transfer of information to sort of the review process. And in the past, that has meant physically attending the peer review meetings, and most importantly, during the process in which the model is being crafted, not in the process in which it's being reviewed. So that has been a challenge. I think perhaps one of the post-COVID effects will be that basis can change, in that participation can occur on a remote basis, and so making sure that link is actually hooked up so that you translate the research result to the investigators actually doing the assessment can be a little bit simpler. So I agree that in the past it's been a challenge, but in the future I think it can be a little bit facilitated by some new technology. So thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Let's see. Okay. Any other thoughts on communicating the research results to management? Okay, I want to just slightly shift gears here. We've been talking about communicating the results to management, but one of the concerns we've heard this morning and previously about the former RSA program is the lack of transparency or distrust that the public or stakeholders have had, some of the public or stakeholders have had in the past. So in terms of communication, should there be a specific communication plan developed to inform the stakeholders, not necessarily the management entities or the researchers, but stakeholders about the RSA report and the findings of the research that's funded? Thoughts on that? Michelle.
Well, I'll bite the bait. I definitely think that there should be something like that, and certainly Jonathan's conveying of the the RSA show day is one way to consider that. Perhaps it's something like there is a couple of webinars that the council might put on, maybe one's during the daytime and one's in the evening, so that, the public can hear some presentations about the results of RSA research efforts, whether they're completed or in progress. I think the details, certainly could be fleshed out, but, depending on, the total number of projects, perhaps, there's just a few that are highlighted and attention spans and time that people have available. But I think having some kind of regular, hey, see what this program is doing, for the resource, that's a great idea.
Great, thanks, Michelle. Any other thoughts about communicating the results of the RSA program research to the public? Is that an important thing to do? Obviously, it will require some effort and time, but is it something that they should do, or is that something that should be left to the council and NOAA Fisheries? Emerson, as a past researcher, what do you think?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to communicate to stakeholders anyhow. I'm not so sure about the general public. Once you get outside of stakeholders, the general public, I don't know if they're all that interested in results of these projects, but certainly the stakeholders. And communicating that, I think, is very important. And I think there's a variety of methods that we can come up with to communicate. And we've done that previously with our RSA projects and our other cooperative research projects through our website, through our discussions with fishermen, presenting results when we do have the opportunity, informal conversations with fishermen. So I think that needs to be a good part of it. And I know at least in some of the recent requests for proposals that we've responded to, I don't recall specifically which ones, you have to include a discussion about outreach and communication. So I think that's important. I also think it's important to include the fishing industry in these projects. And I'd mentioned that earlier today. So if you include the fishing industry and you have industry partners, they're gonna buy in more readily to the results, but also they're going to communicate among themselves. Fishermen communicate. They're out on the water all the time. They're on the radio a lot. They're talking to each other on the dock. They're going to help to spread information about project results as well. So another important reason for involving industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. We'll go to Jonathan and then Peter Hughes.
I don't know if the New England research is enough or not, but in concert with NOAA Fisheries, we usually do a press release once the proposals are announced. I think both organizations put one out, but then we're usually pretty well done with it in terms of larger outreach. I guess my main point is that a lot of this takes a fair amount of staff time, and one of the ways that the New England Council's dealt with this is to make supporting the RSA program an annual priority at least under scallops, and I think for other plants as well, for herring and monkfish. And so that allows staff to spend a fair amount of time supporting the program and putting together share days and that sort of thing. So it's one that I would keep in mind when you think about putting together a communications plan. I know that's been an issue on our staff for some time about how much we devote to it. We have more resources on the plan now, so it allows us to do more, but in the past that hasn't always been the case, and this has evolved for us. So I think it's an important question, but one that you'd want to be ready to commit resources to. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Peter Hughes.
Thanks very much. So we'd heard earlier that share days are pretty important, and I will say that I am on the New England Scallop Committee, and they are invaluable. and they were held over a 2-day period. One was held 1 week and another was held the following week, and they were each 4-hour presentations given by multiple award winners of RSA. And I can tell you, that's invaluable to me. It's a transparent process. Not only are the award recipients invited to present, but the Scallop Plan Development Team is a part of it. Invitations go out to the SSC, and the advisory panel is invited to participate in it, as are members of the public and the committee. So it's an invaluable part of our making sure that the Scallop RSA is the recipients of those awards are maintaining and that they're still on track. So it's pretty important and a great program for the scallop fishery. Thanks. Bye.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Jim Gartland.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I'm sorry. So I've been relatively quiet today, but in terms of the outreach component, I think one of the things that NEMAP did well, and I've been involved with running NEMAP since the beginning, is kind of getting the word out on the project. And I just wanted to echo what Emerson said. While a shared day is good, it's a 4-hour window, but only certain folks can attend, depending on their schedules and things. But the outreach really needs to be almost like a constant in the front of your mind thing as a researcher. So, when you're coming in off a trip, you take time to talk to people on the docks, that would get the commercial side. In terms of the recreational side, you can target recreational fishing groups, reach out to them, tell them what you're doing, tell them that, you're involved with RSA and your research is supported by quota. And would they like to find out more about what you're doing? You need to, as the PI, be kind of aggressive about getting the word out. So while the formal mechanisms, like presentations and all that are great, they're of limited duration and sometimes easily forgotten, but just the more kind of the slow burn of making sure that people know you're around and what you're doing and what you're doing with the quota, I think is a really good way to kind of show the value of the RSA program as a whole. And that's all I had.
That's a good perspective on the water. Okay, it sounds like people are generally supportive of communication, improving communication to the stakeholders at least. And thank you, Emerson, for differentiating between stakeholders and the general public. I know sometimes those can be confused and used interchangeably when they really shouldn't be. Any other thoughts about communicating to the research results to the public, or stakeholders, I should say? Okay, any other thoughts in general about communicating research results that we haven't covered? I can kind of recap. We started out with the current requirements, which basically, in a nutshell, are progress reports every 6 months and a final report within 90 days that are reviewed and provided to the council. Some of the ideas that we've heard is to tie the release of funds to progress reports and to final reports. In other words, benchmark times in order to receive their funding. We heard that the SSC, there should be some feedback of the research results to the SSC. In what step of the process that occurs, we still need to discuss that a little bit more in terms of developing protocols and so forth. We've heard support for presentations to the council and potentially, in fact, in maybe institutionalizing among the council schedule or within the council schedule times when the research results can be presented so that it doesn't slip by. I think Emerson had indicated that the council never found time to hear the results of research, so maybe making it as part of a routine schedule might be the solution to that. Did want to make several points were made that the 6-month reports shouldn't be unduly burdensome. In other words, they should be short reports and really focused in on progress and those types of things, and not necessarily research. In other words, let researchers do the research and not be writing reports. So make sure that that's how those are treated. There certainly needs to be, again, building upon the presenting to the council, there needs to be two-way interaction between the researchers and the management entities and the council. Then also we heard about requiring a data sharing process be developed, again, as part of communication. But of course, the data sharing process is, it could be administratively burdensome, and it can be very difficult to enforce. So there's got to be a little bit more thought about how that's developed and implemented. Heard that in terms of communicating research results and translating these into management, this should be addressed at the front end of the project, possibly identify communication pathways to the management entities as part of the proposal process. Again, routinely report to the council on the RSA program. Then in terms of management, have management part of the proposal review process, and that way you'll make sure you integrate the management results right up front. And then when we talked about communicating or communications plan to inform stakeholders, there's a lot of support for the RSA Share Day. Communicate to the stakeholders, but not to the general public. And it's important to demonstrate the results of the quota that is used to fund the research projects in order to improve the transparency and support for the programs. And then finally, PIs need to be aggressive throughout the research process in terms of communicating to the stakeholders whenever they have the opportunity. So that was kind of a summary of the discussion we had regarding communication plans for the RSA program or RSA projects. Is there any thought or comment? Did I misconstrue anything in that quick recap? Or did I miss anything that, any key points that people wanted to make sure were included in the discussion later on? Any thoughts on that? Have we wrapped up the communication aspect of this before we move on? Okay.
This is Matt. I believe we've hit on most of the points that we had here and had some great discussion thus far. So I'd kind of defer to you and then maybe the committee chair as well.
Yeah, I was gonna before I put Adam on the spot, I'm gonna ask in a few minutes anyway, Adam to kind of recap the next steps and where this is going. But before we get to that point, I want to make sure that we have the opportunity again for public input and public comment on any of the afternoon session that we've discussed. So members of the public, do you have any thoughts, questions that you've been sitting on and really want to provide at this point? James. James, we can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
There you go. Loud and clear.
Okay. We've gone through this whole process making the assumption that the industry is going to approve this. I think that there should be fishermen, commercial fishermen, holding federal operators permits, either in the Northeast or the Southeast, be able to vote whether they want the RSA to go forward. I have a thing coming up in the next couple of meetings, so I shouldn't say this, but it needs to be done by fishermen holding federal operators and recreational fishermen holding state license. Now, another thing, you've gone through this whole process giving grants to people. Is it possible in the next 3 meetings there could be consideration given to setting a project and having a 50 or 100 or $500,000 reward for whoever can solve the problem, can present the information. So we open it up to people from somewhere else in the world or some other state. Right now, being cynical, the RSA is going to give money to certain people, and I'd sit here and say I could figure out 15 to 20 that would apply, that it would go to. So we need to open it up through a reward system. State the problem, let people do the reward. And the question that I also have, you're going down this line, other than New England, does any other country in the world have such a project? Or any other state on the West Coast have such a project? And what were the mistakes that they made and what were the benefits that they made? We need to look at this thing far more than what it is. Basically, it's coming up, in my opinion, and I opposed the last one for exactly the reasons it got shut down. You can check the record, you can check the public record. But we do not need to go down the same pathway and just give 3% of the commercial fishermen to a limited number of people. Because the information we get has not served any prior. NEMAP is an excellent program, but my God, you look how long it took for the center and the science center to accept the information and incorporate it. You know, please try to do something beneficial rather than going back the same way that we did before. Because I like I say, if you want, I'll give you a list of the people that will apply for it and get 80 or 90% of the money. And I shouldn't say that because I have a prayer coming up on the next couple of meetings. But I thank you for doing it. But please, please, please try to let the commercial fishermen that hold federal operators permits vote. We say we have commercial fishermen on the council, but I'd ask you to ask how many of them hold a federal operator's permit. Maybe I'd be surprised, but I doubt it. I know Dewey does, and I think that'll be the only one. Some of them, their husbands or wives hold them, but I doubt that they hold them. Thank you for the time, and I hope y'all have a good day, and we'll stand by for the next go-around.
Thank you, James. Just to answer your question about the funding, the next workshop, which is August 31st, is going to be focused completely on funding, so I'm sure we'll get into some of those topics. Ryan, I'm going to ask you to address another point that James brought up, and is there any other program of this nature, similar to this, that you know of in the United States or I guess in the world?
There are some set-aside programs, but not like the art research set-aside programs. There's quota reserved for various purposes, like the like Northern Shrimp Survey and coastal shark stuff. But no, there's not. In terms of the programs of this nature, they're unique to our region.
Great, thank you. Okay, Brad Schalmeyer, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. My name is Brad Schalmeyer with the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries, and together with SMAST and the herring midwater trawl fishery, we ran the herring RSA project from 2014 through 2020. And I enjoyed the discussion about outreach and communication, particularly today. I don't think it can really be understated how important outreach is to both the public, managers, state directors, and GARFO as well. We did not expect to be doing the amount of outreach that we did, that we were doing by the middle and end of our project. It did become a rather large makeup of our time, but it was, in the end, it was pretty worth it because the climate of the herring fishery was such that, just working with the midwater trawl sector of that fishery gave us some hurdles in terms of getting the message out there of why we're doing what we're doing, why certain vessels might be fishing once a quota has been reached in certain areas. And we ended up having pretty long discussions with Garfo, in which we determined or were notified by them what we could and couldn't do in terms of outreach. And that led us to, essentially think outside the box, in addition to, one-on-one communications with public stakeholder leadership or state agency leaders or managers. We would create, we made presentations, to council groups, APs, PDTs, even to the Mid-Atlantic Council. I remember once we created awareness of the project through text message alerts that anybody in the public could sign up for. Before any season where we thought RSA might occur, we would notify all managers, fisheries management plan coordinators. So I think each individual fishery where an RSA occurs has its own quirks and intricacies where you have to kind of think outside the box. You can learn some lessons from other fisheries, obviously, in RSAs. Scallop and monkfish are by no means similar to herring in those respects. But at the end of the day, we worked with the cooperative research folks, Ryan included, to kind of determine what guided messaging was appropriate, and by thinking outside the box, I think we did a pretty good job at notifying the public at a time where there was a little animosity towards the fishermen that we were working with. So communicating with the fishermen was something we'd been doing for years. That wasn't our hurdle. It was really the public, managers, the policy folks, and everywhere else that was our audience, really. So, those are some of the takeaways that we learned.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Are there any other questions or comments members of the public would like to make at this point? Okay, seeing no hands up, I will turn back to the chair of the committee, Adam Nowalski, to kind of wrap this up, talk about next steps, any other observations you'd like to make, Adam, and we'll move on.
Great. Thanks very much to you, Andy, for your facilitation today. Appreciate all the panelists taking the time to discuss the issues regarding the RSA program as well as the public input today. Again, there's no foregone conclusion here at this point about whether to restart the program, whether to restart it specifically with auctions. We've certainly heard a lot of concerns about issues in the past. I think we did a good job of talking through issues today. I appreciate everybody in staying on point and moving us through the schedule. Felt comfortable that everybody who wanted to speak today got a chance to, so I was happy to hear that. I would offer that if anyone does have any feedback, we intend to basically duplicate this format for the next two topics, the funding topic on August 31st, as well as the enforcement topic on October 14th. Leadership will be working with Andy to continue to refine our process. Again, if anybody has any concerns or feedback, I'd encourage them to reach out to myself or Matt Sealy at staff, and we'll do our best to accommodate and address those concerns. If there's anyone who has anything they'd like to submit in advance of the funding workshop coming up, please get them in a timely manner. We'll be sure to include them as part of meeting materials and make sure they're given adequate time for discussion during the next workshop. Again, my thanks to everyone for participating today, and I'll turn it back to Andy at this point. Thank you.
Great. Matt, do you have any final words, thoughts, directions for anybody?
I just want to emphasize my appreciation to everyone that participated today. I think we got a lot done. This long process to get us where we are today, but I'm happy with the outcomes and looking forward to the next workshop. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, I guess with that, we're adjourned for the day. Thank you very much.